I would appear to be in here. All right. All right. Got some people in here ready. Got the Wordsmith, Smell Goods, Magnetic, Divine Truth, Jasem, The Bar, New Black World Order. We got the Wordsmith and the Mathematician in here early today. Alchem Salam, Knowledge Born. I don't know what's happening. Are we getting kicked out and kicked in? Wise Son, 793rd. Oh, that's what I gotta do. I gotta schedule my jump offs, I see. I guess this is how that works. I gotta schedule when I'm gonna be on. That's peace. Did we? We got the digital bean pie. We got the digital bean pie action going on today. Yeah, I'm peace, man. Everything peace, man. About to get into this. We wait for another 5 or 6 people to come in. We don't want the What Did I Miss crew to get too big. Jason, peace. Jason is new. Where you from, Jason? Universal 7. My ambition to win. We got the brothers in the house. Hold on, let me adjust this right here. Cause some of my people, they don't like. They don't like my pictures as much as I do. Let me situate. Knowledge Born. Replay it for our West Coast affiliates, right? Amen. Word 60 Wise You. You know, we started this buffering early today. You know, what's that about? So this one right here, peace is still with the magnetic or peace without. I'm thinking this one should be easy. I'm thinking this one should be easy. What are y'all thinking? Brilliant elevation. Halftime. What? When I say it should be easy, that makes it seem like bombs is gonna be dropped. I think it's an easy one today. Magnetic said I'd rather be the peace with the magnetic. Jasim said I'm thinking I got a positive charge. Hold on 1 second. Who? Oh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
793rd said positive. It's time to build. You're a walking lodestone. What's a lodestone? I heard the term before, but it's that like Comstock load? Universal. We got a couple of universals that come in now. Ronnie T. Leggett says the piece with the magnetic has the power to attract righteousness. Asiatic mathematics said lodestone has super strong magnetic. Comes from magnetite, right? Now, this is going to be relating also to, unlike attract and like repel, right? And like attract, unlike repel. Kareem, Jansport Posse. You see we got a new faction, the Digital Bean Pie faction. The Digital Bean Pie faction as well. Now as Born said, I'm the piece. I'm gonna pull some in and I'm gonna repel some too. While Sen said the steel is knowledge and wisdom, you can't have the magnetic without it. You can't have the magnetic without the steel. While you said magnetic is the piece that attracts the pieces without. That's peace. I said we was gonna wait for 5 or 6 people. We wait for 5 or 6 more people. So we don't end up repeating everything that we got to say. And people don't miss too much. I just came from the supermarket, man. Prices is creeping up down there. Prices is creeping up down at the supermarket. I didn't get a chance to put my food on too. We ain't gonna be going too far over the night. I gotta go secure me some vittles. Jocelyn said we are the founder of Like Attract and Unlike Repel. 793rd says shelves is empty in certain spots. Yeah, certain spots they just closed down. They got a sign up saying that they restocking. The boss said the steel with magnetic is not the piece without magnetic. Asiatic mathematics, and I was just studying this degree yesterday. The needle points north on the compass because the Earth's north magnetic pole is really a south magnetic pole. P. Foster came in. P. Foster said when we keep it together, it's peace. not in pieces. What do you mean when you keep the pieces of steel together? Calm Islamly. Hold on, wait a minute. I got me some cookies here. Don't tell Born Mastermind that I'm eating these cookies. Born Mastermind, listen. I could be white in a week and a half eating these cookies. Divine Truth said, how I see it is the sword is the tool used to make one's words manifest through one's actions, which can attract and magnetize. Though all don't have that magnetic to attract, but one can develop this ability to attract from his knowledge. Jasim said electromagnetism is stronger than gravity and is only second to strong nuclear force. Right? You got strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. It's the four basic forces in the universe. A few forces say air like attracts unified particles in this righteous nation. The cookies, they gonna turn me yellow? I don't know, it's not working. It's not working so far. You know, that's something I was thinking about, all this, coronavirus stuff or whatever, Guinness virus. When I was thinking about this stuff, like, it's not working very well. Like, if this is about population control or something, like, it ain't, this supposed to be taking out some people that's, like, dangerous to the system. It's not working very well. Asiatic Mathematics said you can donate magnetic to other people just by bestowing the knowledge and wisdom upon them, but they will lose the magnetic the further they get away from the magnetic field. The paperclip and the magnet. Hold on. Shaquem, peace to God. Let me eat a couple of more of these doctors, ministers, and nurses. That's gonna turn me white. Okay, now. I told y'all that this was going to be an easy one. I thought it would be easy. Because of the video yesterday based on that question, right? So now we get down to the nitty-gritty. Am I the piece of steel with magnetic, or the piece of steel without magnetic? Yeah, Infant's Peace, Shades Michaels. But am I the piece of steel with the magnetic or the piece of steel without the magnetic? Not a piece of steel. I'm the magnetic. I thought y'all would catch that one just from yesterday. SW. I don't know if you heard that, but if you didn't just hear what I said, then you're the first contestant on the What Did I Miss crew today. See, did you catch that? Is scientific. What's going on? I knew a brother right here, scientific. You think someone said what? Kareem said, I think someone said that. I didn't detect anyone say that. Most people said there was a piece of steel with the magnetic. Now, I'm not the magnetic piece. I'm the magnetic. Asiatic mathematics that was telling us the science of lodestones. Queen Mecca, what's going on? Endemic said peace, Queen Mecca. Asiatic mathematics that was telling us about the lodestone. Jasim was speaking on this too, right? Can a piece of steel lose its magnetic properties? Queen Mecca, whenever you put your comments, for whatever reason they don't like, I see them on the alerts, but when I go to look at them on the page, I don't see them. Shades Michael says, is being God like being yeah, I ain't sure what that's it. Asiatic God Mathematics says some steel can. And what about the other steel? Knowledge Born said yes. Shakim said yes. DeBar said, oh yeah. Yeah, I was just asking real quick about the other steel before I answered. Ferromagnets are the ones that can't lose magnetic. And what is a ferromagnet? $793 said, when there's no charge in an electrical charge magnet, it can lose it. Ferro means iron. It's the strongest form of iron. So the Short said, I guess this ferromagnet you're saying, it has iron and magnetite. Now what is magnetite? We're getting quite scientific today. I like that. I know that magnetite is a rock from the earth, but I'm saying we have to, draw up what these things are for the other people that may not, y'all introducing some concepts that everybody might not be familiar with. Where we at here now? Joseph came in. L. Lowry, one of the L brothers. Shakim said ferromagnets can lose its magnetism. It's an iron and it is not a natural magnet. SW said, this is new to me.
It's 2 o'clock.
SW said, jotting down terms, doing tab research. Young Doves, facts, this sound like high science right now. Please break it down for someone new like me. Josh Sim said, so an iron isotope. Joseph said, I am both. I attract those with like minds as well as attracted to like minds. He Kareem said, peace to the guys, knowledge, understanding. Wise you, wise son. They said the same thing, basically, just wording it different. Yeah, I didn't catch it. Perhaps when I complete saying what I'm saying, you'll see it a little more. But I didn't. Guys, see, are you the brother that's in Canada? in Canada teaching the knowledge in French. He put peace to the gods and earths in French. Scientific said this was the science that he, Yakub, used to make devil. Unlike attract, like repel, the science of Allah's mathematics is hence the science of making devil and the science of creating God, building God. 793 said apparently it's also used in different cultures for various type attraction spells. Got Life Allah in the building. Universal said, I'm not sure what you tried to reach me on. Oh, side rally. Shakim said, I stand corrected. Some ferromagnets are natural magnets, but not all. Asiatic mathematics said iron is what give Earth her magnetic. Shakim said some are easily magnetized. Universal 7. Oh yeah, so yeah. Shout out to Montreal and the brothers up there getting the knowledge in French. But see, my point with it, I'm making to y'all what I was trying to take it with telling y'all to go through your research, right? Is that, iron is matter and magnetic is energy. You understand what I'm saying? So when you saying the piece is still with the magnetic is what's doing the attracting, not the piece of steel. You understand what I'm saying? See, one thing Yakub did, right, is he changed the piece of steel with the magnetic within his society. The knowledge wasn't the magnetic, the power you was the magnetic. That's why you gotta realize there's a difference between me saying I'm the piece of steel with the magnetic and me saying I'm the magnetic. The first difference is, see, if I'm the magnetic, I'm the one controlling what's attracted and what's repelled. See, Shakim said it's the arrangement of the atoms, which is what my point is in terms of, I said, what do I mean by the power you is the magnetic? I think the Side Rally brother's going to answer you. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's in control of what's being attracted and what's being repelled. See, if you the piece of steel, then you subject to the laws of whoever is the founder of that idea. See, you like how we say slave to a mental deafened power, you subject to the power. Because a piece of steel can be what? Manipulated. See, it's just like, radiation is energy. But it's certain substances, right, that have physical characteristics that make it easier for that energy to be unleashed. The energy that exists within the protons, neutrons, and electrons of that material. So you got to remember those laws is taking place on a subatomic level as well. And because certain substances, like y'all was saying, the ferromagnets, have characteristics that cause their electrons and protons to be organized in a certain way that creates the poles, right? The positive pole and the negative pole, and give it attractive power. Kareem said that's what brothers were saying. They are the peace. So if you yourself are the peace and no steel in you, the magnetic is one and the same. Now you still missing what I'm saying. I'm not the peace. I'm the magnetic. I'm not the peace with the magnetic, because the magnetic existed before the peace. In the same way that peace went through a process to become magnetic, it could go through a process to lose that magnetic. But the magnetic, like I said, is one of the 4 basic forces of the universe. So if that's one of the 4 basic forces in the universe, that means that magnetic exists without the steel. The steel is just the iron or the steel or whatever substance is just a good conductor for it. It's just like electricity exists without the wire. But the wire is a substance that is very conducive to the electricity flowing through it. I was born, said that's why I said I'm the peace, P-E-A-C-E, not the P-I-E-C-E. Scientific said knowing the difference between one caveman. Fly Frey said, I'm in the middle of filling out my form for that $1,200 government check. I'll be back. Yeah, they're raising the prices so they could get some of that. Kareem said, where was the magnetic 78 trillion years ago? Everything that happened 78 trillion years ago was based on magnetic. Like I said, you got magnetically charged particles of atoms. Like yesterday when we was discussing the hydrogen and the helium, right, interacting to form the sun, what brings the hydrogen and the helium together? Magnetic. Universal 7 said, they still have on their side, rather. El Lowry said, we are the magnet controlling what's being drawn or repelled. Again, I'm not the magnet. I'm the magnetic. There's a difference. See, somebody brought this point up earlier, that magnetic can be loaned out. Like when you was a kid, if you ever played with magnets, right? And two things that I did, right? One thing I would do is I would take a magnet and I would touch it to a paper clip, right? Or a pin or whatever. And then I would touch the pin to other paper clips or pins, right? And you would see how now this the first paper clip that you attracted with the magnet now has some magnetic powers. And then what I used to do sometimes is I would take the pin now, the first pin, I would take it off of the magnet, right? And then I would put it back amongst other pins, and it would still have some magnetic power for a while. See, that's what's showing you that the magnet and the magnetic is not the same thing. The magnet is a manifestation of magnetic power. So this is why Allah can't die. Because what is man? Are you the intelligence or the mind? Or are you just the body that all of this intelligence is manifested through? That's the difference. See, just like we teach the truth. You got some people that they may speak the truth, right? And that truth has magnetism. People are drawn up. They wonder, yo, what do you mean by that? But then the person themselves, they don't have really control of the magnetism. They could tell you that the black man is God, but if you ask them any question about it, they don't know what they're talking about because they haven't really internalized the truth. It's not them. They're not the beginning. They just a grown planet. So like I said, when you are the magnetic, then you're in control of who and what is being magnetized, who and what is being attracted, what it is that you're drawing up to yourself, as opposed to if you just a piece of steel with the magnetic. I don't want to throw off my, because I'm big time now with the female subscribers and listeners. But let's say you got a pimp and a prostitute. Which one is the piece of steel with the magnetic? Which one's the piece of steel with the magnetic? See, you got to really be able to look at that situation. And understand that the magnetic is separate from both of them. Jasim said, how do you see the positive or negative ends of the magnetic spectrum or magnetic poles? How do you see the positive or negative ends of the magnet? I don't even know what that is. The positive or negative ends. You mean in terms of, see, now we get, sometimes just say left and right. See, because what you're really talking about is opposites. And we give it the term positive and negative because it's simple to understand, but don't start confusing that with good and evil. Just because one says positive and one says negative. It just means that it's opposites. SW said, just like gold is a conductor, just as carbon. Yeah, these things are, these are manifestations. Joe Self said, I am the magnetic in the piece of steel. That's what I'm saying. Now that hopefully that clarified it for anybody that maybe I was speaking clearly enough. I'm the magnetic in the piece of steel. Shakib said conductor is a more accurate term as opposed to wire. Hold on, let me catch up. I'm in Target a lot. It's class day though. Asiatic Mathematics says, so are you saying God is the magnetic, but the conductor is something else? I mean, this seems, y'all come on here every day and y'all deal, look, there's two pieces of steel, right? Two is what? Wisdom. There's one magnetic. One is what? Knowledge. That's all I'm saying. Is that a piece of steel is wisdom through which magnetic can be known. But remember, we can have magnetism with no pieces of steel. I mean, that's pretty. God light, peace. Yeah, Fly Phrase, they said, what's the name of that form that you used to get that $1,200? See, that's a piece of steel with magnetic. Jasim said, they're saying that magnetic materials, including iron ores, carbon, oxygen, etc., react to and borrow existing magnetic fields. SW said, energy transfer, each one teach one. Niles Bourne said, the energy, not that which is energized. That's the difference. Now y'all starting to understand what I'm saying. Majestic God allowed, peace to the God. He says, so the comparison is the original man is the magnetic, and the steel was able to have temporary characteristics of attraction, giving Yakub the idea of unlike attracts. Now, this is a good question. See, the piece of steel that Yakub is observing is man and woman. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're dealing with a situation where, the sex is coming before the six. It's not the supreme knowledge, you understand what I'm saying, that you're using to teach, that you're using to till the land. So even to this day, what they tell you, Sex sells. See, if you see a music video, right? And the music video is about, dudes having shootouts, but then there's a chick in the video scantily clad. See, that's a piece of steel with the magnetic. But then what happens? Over time, that magnetic don't last. See, there's lots of things we could dress something up. We could say, all right, look, this person over here, go over here and say, you doing this for me. Now you gave them the magnetic, they the piece of steel with magnetic when they go into whatever atmosphere. See, this is what Yaqub observed. He put the wisdom before the knowledge. Like I said, when you look at all the degrees that deal with Yaqub, it always tells you about the mother. It told the mother that the baby would have secured a home for her in heaven. But what did they tell the father? Because Yaqub is the father of the devil. He's the piece of steel with the magnetic. But he uses the women to what? Draw the men up into the operation. Like Allah said, my magnetic is my knowledge, emotional activation through words and actions in order to get from one place or state of existence to another. Ajax Mathematics said when you rub your socks on the rug and you shock someone with your finger, you are a conductor of electricity. Absolutely. Calm Islamly said magnetism is the principle. El Lowry says, so the magnetic is the power in the magnetic, in the magnet. Exactly. The magnet is just matter. The actual thing that's magnetized is matter. The 793rd said used to rub the magnet with the clips to generate, so we thought that magnetic, like rubbing hands on a woolly carpet and static shocking each other with that charge. SW said everything started from the mind, from thought to reality, knowledge to born. Universal 7 said, well, the understanding degree teaches on saving the best part for self and doing away with the poor part to continue self-improvement. All right, and so now we got into the question, right? Where I said, who got the magnetic between the pimp and the prostitute, right? Calm Islamly said the pimp. But see, they use the attraction power of the woman to make their money. See, it's not saying, to, not understand what the beauty of a woman means. But I'm saying if you caught up in it. See, remember, what was Yaqub's first thing? Well, actually, they say he first came out the womb holding on to his brother's ankle or something. But, his first thing was stealing his brother's birthright. Does anybody remember how Yaqub stole his brother's birthright? Right, SW put it right here. They both would have magnetic to certain extents. Her magnetic attracts the clientele. And the difference is, him as the pimp, he understands that. And he's not drawn up by her magnetic. Joe Self said, we got justice. Yeah, we going through right now the piece of steel with magnetic or the piece of steel without. Joe Self said the best part, poor part, and worst parts are all your parts. This is the universality of self or relation of self to the universe. All come from you. He Kareem said there is no piece, only a whole. The whole is the mind. The magnetic is the manifest that once existed in a potential state. Now this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not the piece of steel. Sir R.E. Newton. We should have had you in here the whole time, Newton, because we've been having a very scientific discussion about electromagnetism. Perhaps you could have loaned us some of your expertise. Shaquem said lightning. You have to break that down. Joseph said, when I say I'm timeless, that's real. Every photon particle I'm made up of took countless years to manifest. A proton hits many atoms before reaching the surface of the sun. We didn't even touch 1 mile of 186,000. Universal 7 said, I'm still diving into the layers. That's one of the reasons I was attracted to the classes, so I could find someone in the physical to build more. Oh wait, that's brilliant innovation. Is that some type of thing that means Sir E. Newtown? That got something to do with South Carolina? Wise Ruler said that's what makes gaining the knowledge of yourself so important. Your physical is the piece of steel. It's yours. You are the life energy force. Joseph said it wouldn't be peace for me to ask you and not add on. Yeah, that's true. People need to realize that. Justice said it wasn't temporary. It was predicted in Yaqub's case, and he had determined ideas when playing with the two pieces of steel. Jassim said, so she got to come with that 6 before she get the sex. Absolutely. Absolutely. But not to harp on that topic, but when if you get too caught up in the social media type of dialogue, you know what I'm saying, where, you got women that they'll give you a list of things that you better do, right? And a separate list of things that they ain't gonna do. See, that's when you're dealing with the pieces of steel. Kareem said there is no form. It will come automatically if you do your taxes and earned under 70,000. Justice said that is why he wanted to take them on the island of Pelon to manifest the 600-year process. Justice says God's magnetic is the truth, which is the power. That's what gives us the power to attract. Now, as Born said, the science of magnetism existed before Yaqub. He just found a way to manipulate that energy to achieve his goal. Right? Joseph was saying that Yaqub, Joseph and Brilliant Allah, and Justice was all saying what was Yaqub's, first move that he made. He stole his brother's birthright by working with his mother to trick his father. He worked with his mother to disguise himself as his brother. His father was a king, and, so this throne is supposed to be inherited by Yaqub's older brother, who's the firstborn. But he's the mother's favorite. So him and the mother conspire together because the brother was a hunter. He was hairy or whatever. He's outside doing his thing. While he's outside, they disguise Yaqub in animal skins because the father couldn't see. He was physically blind. And so he gave Yaqub the birthright. Put the wisdom before the knowledge. Divine Truth said, due to them already being dissatisfied and Yaqub having a determined idea, will he still be able to make manifest his idea? Due to them already being dissatisfied, will he still be able, without putting this wisdom before the knowledge? How is he going to make devil, though, without putting the wisdom before the knowledge? And like I was just saying with that story, that was already his signs from the jump. You understand what I'm saying? He got his birthright by going through the wisdom. Ajax Mathematics said in the pimp and hooker analogy, the pimp and the hooker are drawn up by the magnetic of money. You see that? Sometimes you gotta realize that the magnetic is not in either one of those two pieces still. Because see, one thing he manifests right there is this. What's gonna happen, right? No matter how much attractive power she has at one point, what's gonna happen if she gets to a point where she can't make no more money? Then he's gonna get rid of her. And what's gonna happen if, he can't put her in a position to make more money? She's gonna get rid of him. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're looking at the two pieces still, but sometimes you still gotta figure out what's the magnetic. Because what that piece of steel is manifesting is not always its own power. Son of soil. Oh, say Yakub stole the birthright with a plate of pottage with venison. S. Reeves, what's going on? Shakim said lightning. Right, lightning is electricity, but there's no wire. So we gotta understand, you understand what I mean, that sometimes the energy can permeate the matter, to such a degree that it's hard to make that distinction. But the reality is, right, you know, everybody knows about the science of taxidermy, right? You know, it's taxidermy. Like when a hunter goes out and they kill a lion, and then they put the lion skin on they make like a life size replica of the lion out of the lion skin. Or we all know about the science of mummification. Now, if something happened to me, right, and I passed away, and then somebody dealt with taxidermy or mummification, right, and they mummified my body, right, and they sat me here in front of this camera, and they press record, would y'all still watch this and say, yeah, we? How many people would do that? Watching the guy Darkim Be Allah building. See, you have to understand, that, and that's one of the most, intricate situations where you have to be able to make a difference between the supreme intelligence and what's manifesting the supreme intelligence. So remember, that's what I was having. That's what a lot of the conversation with Qasim was about the other day. Is realizing that you can't get caught up in the piece of steel you're looking at without realizing what is the magnetic. Oh, Newtown is North Charleston? You dropped some. There's a lot of side rallies today. Shakim said that's not the first thing he did stealing the birthright. Well, I said the first thing he did, they said he came out of the womb holding on to his brother's ankle. What came after that? Joseph said the Yakub story tricking his pops. His pops had to be more than physically blind because even without my eyes, I still know my understanding. Born you truth, the father was tricked by his own wisdom. Yeah, absolutely. When you deal with the blindness of the father, you understand what I'm saying? That's got something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? He's an individual who wasn't paying attention to his family like he should have, and he didn't see. Absolutely, but that's another part. Certain things going on. Part of the story that we just wasn't getting into right there. Justice said the story of Esau and Jacob is that Jacob was born second and was holding Esau's heel. Yeah. Majestic said Yakub's law was based in birth control, so he had to put sex before the six. I'm not understanding your question. Yeah, clarify that question a little bit for me though, because it's interesting, but I don't really understand it. Justice said a story is symbolic to one nation or brother holding on to the other brother's back. Hold on, let me catch up. Joseph said, "I'm not watching the dead that can't be raised." Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's why you gotta understand there's a difference between a piece of steel with the magnetic and the magnetic. See, that's why physically, Allah is not here on this plane, but the truth that He taught is still the magnetic that's drawing us up all the way to this time. Exact mathematics says some things are artificially magnetic, meaning people are drawn to worthless things due to social manipulation. Shakim said when his brother was hungry, he told him to give up his birthright for food. Oh yeah, I did recall that. Shakim was talking about some more of the interaction between Yaqub and his brother, saying that he was trying to get the birthright from him even before he pulled it off. High ease. Jasim says, so people look at the magnetism and attribute it to that they know not what. Yeah. It was just like the other day when I was saying that, you got people who say like the church, they losing a lot of their attracting power now because people, the different religions have more knowledge to show and prove the truth. See, they stole that magnetic by keeping everybody ignorant. But as soon as enough knowledge is known to expose the 10%, they lose their power. Exact mathematics said it is said that it takes 6 months to create a new pathway and put new habits into your subconscious or implicit memory. Yeah, that's I had heard as little as 28 days. But yeah, it don't take long. Exactly. So that's how I see the 600 years in the Understand the Culture degree. Hold on, let me plug my charger in before I go out. Trying to catch up here. 5-borough all thorough X-tick. Peace, just go into a different zone and leave well enough alone. Which borough you from? 5-borough all thorough. 5-borough all thorough is new. Joseph said it's 3 days to make a new neural pathway in the mind, and 30 days to make a new neural pathway for the body. Divine Truth said birth control was enforced while manufacturing the devil through separating the seeds. Guaranteed. Justice said also Esau was a hunter and Yaqub was a farmer, another use of symbolism as he cultivated the land and used the original people to make a nation to rule for 6,000 years. Majestic says, I can see him getting followers based on sex. It is happening in this day and time. It's similar to the interorientation of receiving more gold. Both things lose the knowledge. Some lose the knowledge of self over all. Yeah, guaranteed. I mean, I'm not sure if this is what you're speaking about, but to this day, that's a characteristic of these type of charlatans and I call them charlatans. That's my word. People that I consider charlatans and like they control the people's sexual life. You know what I'm saying? And these different type of cults and everything. That's one of the main things that they do. Is control the follower's sexual life. Jassim said, magnetism's ability to have an effect on matter seems to be tied to the makeup of matter. Magnetism's ability to have an effect on matter seems to be tied to the makeup of matter. Magnetism doesn't seem to be able to control or guide itself as a force, but is rather a part of what wisdom is. A part of what wisdom is, having understanding of your knowledge and when and how and where to apply it. You see what I'm saying? I mean, like right now, I could know about any number of topics, but if that's not the question you ask me, then that's not wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? And, the knowledge is not going to be accepted as knowledge. Like, yeah, what you said is factual or whatever, but it don't have nothing to do with the solution that we're trying to make born right now. So right now, it's useless. Fibro Thorough says, oh, now I see why this didn't make no sense. Now I see. That that was a good one though. We gotta give her credit there. We gotta give her credit. She got me. I gotta give her credit on that one. She actually got me. That was a good one. So who said? Oh, reveal, peace, reveal. What's the deal? Yeah, that's when I first saw it. At first, I didn't. I just, was like going a different zone. I was kind of like, that's a little bit off from what we were speaking about. And then I saw the name. I was like, oh, now I see why this is. Philip Graham. Why, as you said, Dr. Shiva exposing the deep state. I mean, yeah, I see them out there. There's a lot of people out there. Some of this behold the pale horse stuff, though. I think the difference for me is that I read those books after I got the knowledge. So they have much less of an impact, on how I see things. Do I do weddings? What kind of question is that? You mean do I have two people stand in front of me and say I'm putting you two people together in holy matrimony? No, I don't do that kind of thing. Justice said, also, Yakub dealt with the science of sex or gender, male versus female. The battle of the sexes which still exists today, wisdom, knowledge. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, you know what I'm saying, when I said, he elevated the woman over the man and his system. And like you said, that's still happening to this day. New Black World Order laughing too. This is all funny. This is all funny, huh? Yeah, y'all most certainly do have jokes. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I have no idea. We've been having State of the Art has been doing good recently. Kareem said, when you came across the hot burning sands, was you walking or running? Y'all people, man. Y'all hardcore. Let me plug in my charge. Oh. All right. We got AC. We got the other AC. Apex Cypher. Peace, no doubt, Justice. I mean, Jasim, you do have a point. But the thing is, that's what led me down this road. Jasim said, I hope we not creating devil by cracking so hard. That's what led me down this road. You know what I'm saying? Is wanting to be righteous and like I said, even the devil get a chance to clean themselves up. So I give most original people 2, 3, sometimes 5, 10 chances. You understand what I'm saying? But it comes a point when things don't get no better. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah Snipe says, peace. Where you from, Jeremiah? Have we seen Jeremiah in here before? Peace. So have you peeped any of those online YouTube video classes done by the brother Saladin? If so, what's your thoughts on them? I saw one not too long ago. Somebody sent it to me. Saladin, he's addressing his stuff to really young kids. So I generally, I don't pay all that much. But I mean, is it something particular from one of his classes? You know what I mean? Saladin, he's a brother that I don't know him all that well, you know what I'm saying, from walking miles. I know him by his work. You know what I'm saying? And it's I met quite a few young brothers that came from up there in that district, and they said that they got the knowledge from him. You know what I'm saying? As well as him building and maintaining the school in Atlantis. So I know about that. You know what I'm saying? In particular, not having scrutinize his classes. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with babies, you gotta keep things super simple. But what did you observe in it?
It's 3 o'clock.
We got Sincere Shakima. Sincere Shakima is from California. You gotta watch her. They lying about their cases out there. Musadik, what's the deal? Musadik, you must have been out here in New York. You must have made a stop in New York, because I just was down there, and we got some new supplies over in the supermarket. We got bread now. I got me some of that potato bread. That potato bread is white though. Don't tell Born Mastermind that I'm eating potato bread. And even those cookies that I was eating, right? They're vanilla wafers. So don't tell Born Mastermind that I'm eating something called vanilla. Yeah, you can't eat. Don't tell them that, or that I got potato bread, because it's white. We don't want them hitting me with no fire and brimstone. Jeremiah Snipe said, It said peace. He said, I saw one recent video where he's breaking down the flag. I think his recent videos have been geared towards teaching women who want the knowledge. I mean, you know, look, all I do is give credit to the pros, man. That's how I get down, man. I give credit to the pros, man. You know what I'm saying? See, me, I never did, you know, I actually had an issue with that one time. There was a time where I was maintaining around this block, you know what I'm saying? And I started coming around there because it was this older brother that he used to be dropping the signs on me. You know what I'm saying? A brother named Allah Rajin. And so I started going around over there really to maintain with him. But then, you know, I knew like a handful of people over there or whatever, so then I would be over there just maintaining. And then in the course of me being over there maintaining, I started teaching. You know what I'm saying? Remember the brother who said that he met me mad years ago and I just walked up on him and started talking about the ability destroy degree and the 140? That to me is wow. Like what? What? Like that's not something that I would do today. But looking back, it's like, yeah, man, I really was on it. But around that block, you know, that's why it reminded me of that right there. Is around that block is where this was going on. So like I said, as I started teaching, a lot of brothers started getting the knowledge. And then one day, a whole bunch of girls rolled up on me and they was like, yo, why you don't never teach us the knowledge? And I was like, what? Like, you know, because I didn't look at it like that. I looked at it as, look, I stand on the street, I say what I say, and the people who want to hear more, I let them know more. You know what I'm saying? But they was like, yo, because that's what was happening. It's like they all was maintaining together out there, but then it's like all of a sudden now, certain brothers is separating themselves because they got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, my hat's off to the brothers that's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? You know, Saladin, Born Mastermind, Brother Polite, you know, that's, you know, it's nothing wrong with teaching women. You know what I'm saying? You know, the way I look at it is, you know, don't hate, congratulate. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sincere Shakima said, I'm picking on her. Nah, man. California is what they doing, right? Is they allowing the people that defecate on the streets to just die out there and not say that they have any cases. Yeah, Musaddiq said Born Mastermind will go bananas about the vanilla wafer thing. By the way, Musaddiq, that might be a little bit disrespectful because bananas are white. Just saying, I'm just saying. You gotta watch that. You need to go, listen, you need to make a deal with Born Mastermind where you could go to his farm and pick up the right foods and then deliver them around. So we can all eat his diet so we could withstand the radiation. Oh man, 793rd. I don't know why you put that up there. You know, Born Mastermind could be watching. 793rd said he ate white fish dipped in buttermilk. That I don't know if that's I don't know if that's carbon based. God see said when I met Born King, he told me he got the knowledge around the same time as Saladin. I don't know when Saladin got the knowledge. I know when I started I think I first started seeing him pretty much online. But that was back a little ways. Now, as Born said, the vanilla bean is actually a dark color, but the potato bread that's a slippery slope. Yeah, well, listen, if we're going to get into that, look, the potatoes, right? The skin is brown. So it's like a brown seed, really. You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, look, even if I cut you, you got white meat under the brown meat. I wonder what Born Mastermind has to say about that. So you put them in a bag with poor light. I mean, they clearly listen. You know, they clearly. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't. You know, Saladin. I was a little bit more. That was being funny. You know what I'm saying? But with Born Mastermind, you know. Like, yeah, to me, you know what I'm saying? You know, whenever that kind of thing comes up, though, that's what it makes me think of. You know what I'm saying? You know, but there's people that they see that as one of the things that we need to do in order to be able to excel, is to have a more complete society. You know, with males and females. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got a lot of brothers that look at that aspect in terms of, you know, it's a lot of single mothers out there. You know what I'm saying? So if you can affect these single mothers with the knowledge of self, then they got direct influence on the babies. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, a lot of things become distorted. But that don't mean that the root that it comes from is necessarily bad. You understand what I'm saying? They become distorted in the way how they become manifested over time. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, Jesus' teachings was not Christianity, but it became distorted. You know, whatever's the mechanism that causes it to become distorted, that may be different. You know what I'm saying? So, some of it is just funny to me. You know what I'm saying? I got my teachings that I do, and they got their teachings. Sincere Shakim said the media is a lie. Yeah, it's the media. It's the media that that California is using to pretend that they don't have any cases. 793rd said they must be throwing their old and sick off the cliffs too out there, yeah. Because now all you gotta do is if you could get shot and die, they're gonna say that was coronavirus. SW said he waits till they rot to eat them. What, the bananas? Yeah, Joseph, bananas are white, man. I don't know if that got the proper amount. I don't know if it got the proper amount of I don't know if it got the proper amount of carbon. Plus, I'm pretty sure he probably considered bananas grafted. Because bananas, the bananas have big seeds in them. And they was cultivated to have those little tiny seeds like that. So I'm pretty sure just based on that alone, that's not in Born Mastermind's diet. What happened? Oh, y'all had to kick X. What was she saying? What happened? Y'all end up having to kick Five Borough Thorough out? See, that's a good thing. I was protected. I was protected by talking so much that I didn't even have to see that. Joseph said his herb just baked him some banana bread. Okay, now Joseph, was that white flour? Because that's not in the acceptable range. Knowledge of law came in. Said better be glad the school is closed. Listen, that's a really wild situation. I don't know how that's going to end up being resolved. However, there comes a level of delusion where you got to stop sometimes. Trust me, I could tell y'all, if I let y'all know how dangerous this situation is, you know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. I can tell y'all something right now. Y'all be like, oh yeah, guy, yeah, oh man, yeah. I'm the most, how they say, I'm the most merciful. I'm the around 94 is when Saladin got the knowledge. Now, I ain't know him, dude. Did you know canola oil means Canadian oil? No, I did not know that. He said Megamind and Polite are the kingpin and Lex Luthor of the conscious community. I mean, he, Polite is definitely the Hulk Hogan. He's definitely the Hulk Hogan of Sonetters. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of the guy, like, it existed before him, but he's the guy that made it a household name. You know what I'm saying? And, he became the biggest and the best over there. You know what I'm saying? way behind. Jeremiah said, what do you think about brothers having more than one woman, earth, aka polygyny? What do you mean, what do I think about it? We had this discussion before about lions. But we mean Joseph said he's been watching the hydroponic videos of people growing their vegetables hydroponically. So he's about to get his own lettuce. I need more than a lettuce though, man. I need, you know, the things that I seen them doing, you know what I'm saying? I seen cabbage, some different types of beans and stuff. But yeah, I want to set the goal of being independent from the supermarket in terms of vegetables ASAP. So canola oil comes from the rapeseed. Kareem said, grapefruits are a grafted and disgusting fruit. I mean, I know people with this grafted fruit stuff, you know, that's a little bit of a strong word. Yeah, man. Jasim said, Oos is Jadid. Yeah, I don't know why. You know, it's always a different language with her, man. Sincere Shakima said they canceled her flight to New York City to leave New York City, but not the flight to get there. Yep. Trying to say once we get rid of you, don't come back. I'm trying to get you out of here. I'm trying to get you out of here for decades. Aha, got you. That's what the governor be sitting there saying as soon as you get on the plane out of there. Daniel Addison. Joseph said the same thing. They want to trap you off. Ajax Mathematics said he rocked with Randy Savage over Hulk Hogan. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the Macho Man, but I'm saying Hulk Hogan, he was the guy that took it, you know what I'm saying? Like before that, you know, wrestling wasn't even national. It was regional. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you was depending on what state you was in, that was what wrestling you seen. Hulk Hogan was the guy that broke those barriers. Shadiq said, brother Polite driving Rolls Royce and stuff like that. Hey, man got the Royce. Big whipping. Smell Goods came in and said, what did I miss for real? I got the early notification doing Uber Eats. I got caught up delivering. Yeah, a lot of digital bean pies, Smell Goods. A lot of digital bean pies today. Joseph said he respect polite more than going mastermind because mastermind is hanging with L. Ron Peoples. Who's L. Ron? Second degree don't tell you to be around. Oh, L. Ron Hubbard. Hey, man. Yeah, I didn't know what that was about. Yeah, Shakimi said she was supposed to leave on the Wisdom Understanding Day, so instead my people are going to attempt to come here, but we're not sure if they will allow them to leave now. Why? Daniel Addison said genetic engineering. Yeah, what? D. Christian, yeah, you miss digital being positive galore. Five Borough Thorough, aka Amina. What is oos? You have people wondering what is oos? What does that mean? And why are you coming in here saying it when no one speaks that language? Joseph said you got the space at school, at the school backyard. You can have tools covered from your fish tank. Well, we get ready to go on May 1st and put the seeds down. We're going to start getting the seeds in the ground for the garden in the yard. You know what I mean? In terms of building a whole system back there, I will have to look into that. In terms of hydroponic, you know, we got we got you know, I guess a fair size farm. Fly phrase, John, what did I miss? Bees like that. It's that time, hold on. Let's pull it up. For the people in there. Oh. That's how we doing it. And we make it happen. Kareem said grapefruits are a grafted fruit from oranges and lemons, first appearing in Barbados and Jamaica. Yeah, I'm just saying, grafted in terms of what a grapefruit is, and in terms of making of the devil, is not the same thing. Motherland Gardens. So is verbal martial arts, everyone. Us is verbal martial arts. Okay, now that you let us know that, don't practice your martial arts on us. Kareem said Hulk Hogan was that ticket along with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Sir R.E. Newton said that's ironic. I was just listening to the messenger teach on the grapefruit being a grafted fruit. Ajax Mathematics said, you notice that only Muslims ever come here trying to spread their message. I haven't seen one Christian or Jew or anything else because they want to be around a lot. That's how I see it. Man, y'all brothers, man. New Black World Order says Polite uses magnetic via the money cars, women houses, etc. to attract a victim to his fancy interpretation, then disappear. I must ask, did you receive more gold? I mean, yeah, I heard a lot of that stuff too. I see the different videos that people make about it, but the thing that always confused me is that, you would see people making these videos about each other 1 minute and then they be in the video together the next minute. Not in terms of like the real victim people that I just seen, on the internet doing their thing. You know what I mean? Like I seen, a brother who he had got like a family inheritance or something, and he was making a video about what happened with his story and everything. But yeah, so I hear it. You know what I'm saying, and keep it in the Rolodex, but I don't be knowing what to think about a lot of that stuff. D Christian, digital being pods galore. Jasim said that she stays quiet when someone asks a direct question. I don't know. I just don't know. See, that's why when you say, are we being too harsh? That's the point. She knows exactly because what just happened right there. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, a lot of that stuff she's just saying because in her, past endeavors, these are the things that get a response out of people. You understand what I'm saying? But it's one of them things where, look, you've been crying wolf around me for years. You understand what I'm saying? When you just look at it on the screen, you know what I'm saying, for the first time, you're not realizing the whole history that this has been through. Like I said, man, I can tell you elements of this that would make you say, yo, why you know what I mean? Joe Self was saying, yeah, you know something? Joe Self, I just today I was looking at that. Joe Self is saying that I need more clothes in my clothes for the herbs. And brothers old herbs and Mother's Day is coming. See, I'm so out of tune with the holiday calendar that it really just hit me today that it's gonna be Mother's Day. So yeah, I was just putting some ideas on my mind, some stuff. I'm definitely gonna be coming with a couple of items. Who knows? Digitally grunting. Is that like the digital bean pods? Sir R.E. Newton said, so instead of using the term grafted, what would be a more appropriate term? Cultivated. Like a lot of things that we eat is cultivated. Really anything that you eat that's one color is cultivated like that. Because you don't see it like that in in nature. In nature, any plants that you see, the flowers and the fruits come in many different sizes and shapes and colors and all of that. But anytime if you're looking at something and you see that, all of them is basically a uniform kind of way, that's cultivated. Yeah, why y'all gonna say that about Louis Farrakhan, Joseph? Who's this? Aisha Bethia. This is our second time seeing Aisha Bethia. How you doing, Aisha? You elevating my rank right now. I got like what 12% female viewership. Perhaps I need to attend some Saladin classes. Nah, Jason, don't get caught up in that. Talking about it's a sign of respect. Don't get caught up in that, man. It's a sign of craziness, man. Where we at? Hold on. Doing too much talking today. Joseph said it feels dope saying, yeah, the God made this. I got it from the God. Where's Juan? I know what you're talking about. I've been there too. You like, yeah, no doubt. Guys got this right here in Smash. Kareem said, do you know Father Divine Ali? No, I don't think I know Father Divine Ali. Where's he from? Garcia said, peace, could you share the history on the head of Medina name of the head of Medina name in the heart of Medina came to be? I know some science on that, but that's something that I would bring some brothers. Matter of fact, the next time, because we got a video about how the heart got its name. But I get some brothers from Medina to add on to that. Yeah, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Calm Islam, he said, I don't find any of the conscious community YouTube stars satisfying. They got big followings. Sometimes, you gotta look at that. There's rappers that I didn't really think that much of. But when I look at how many people love their music and the impact that it had on them, you know what I'm saying? You gotta respect that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? If a person, if they move the chains, you know what I'm saying, with whatever they doing, You know what I'm saying? Then from that perspective, whether I agree with it or not, you know what I'm saying, I give them their respect. You know what I'm saying? All on the business. You didn't get no alert. I mean, yeah, I gotta come up with more exciting titles or something. Was why does my stream keep going offline, yo? I don't know why it keeps happening. Joe 793 said York was an entertainer with records, so was Harry Belafonte, so their musical tone and frequency must be their magnetic. DeBar said, I had to move to the U.S. to figure that out. I watched lots of wrestling in Nigeria when I was young. Asiatic, now the man said she's kind of like Venus, the planet. All right, you'll have to explain that, how she's anything like Venus. Aisha Bethia said hybridized, not grafted. Yeah. You know, and even when you say hybridized, you know what I'm saying, you gotta remember that it's difficult to mix things that are not like. Like if you got two seeds, they gotta be like in certain ways in order to make the actual pair bonds. You know what I mean? For the chromosomes to match up with the other chromosomes, there has to be a level of likeness. But Aisha, for the people, could you give them a definition of what hybridized is, so people can see that there's a little fine line there. DeBar says, saw the old school Regal build degrees on IG. The retro joints you got on there is peace. You talking about mine? You saw some retro stuff from me on IG? Calm Islam, he said, one thing I never understood is all the fuss around debates. Just get in the room and hash it out. Hey, man, I don't even want to hash it out. He said, listen, I barely pointed out that the person exists, Joseph. Then y'all start going in on him, man. And then look, I'm going to be the one to get blamed for it. Be like, yeah, man, his show, they just be chopping me to pieces. It's not even me. SW said hybridized isn't necessarily grafted. Grafting is taken from the original. Hybridizing is taking two things and making it one completely new thing. The boss said, remember Mill Mascaras, Bulldog Brower, Eric the Red, Oh yeah, NWA. A seedless watermelon is cultivated. Knowledge Born asks the question, what would you consider a seedless watermelon? Joseph said, I've never been impressed with followers or how deep your crew or block is. Quantity don't move me. Quality, though, that does something else to me. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a factor, too. You know, but at the end of the day, you know, a lot of people, you know, they have whatever teachings they have, you know, when they add it up, sometimes you got to see it just for what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them things where, you know, you know how, for instance, with music, everything that they did, you know, in the last like 30 years to combat bootlegging music has resulted in more bootlegging of music. You know what I'm saying? It became more plentiful and easier than ever because of the different steps that they took to stop it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some element of people who just simply don't have the currency to pay full price for all the music that they like. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you doing all the different steps that you taking is not really changing that. So, you know, with the people who is attracted to that, you know, I don't know per se necessarily that we could change that. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of those same people, they hear the same words we say all the time. And they attracted to what they attracted to. So, John Sim said, wrestling is mad homoerotic. I never understood the appeal. I do watch UFC occasionally, so feel free to talk stuff right back. Yeah, I would definitely say UFC have some moves that can translate almost like you don't need to adjust the move in any way. Like it's already kind of out there. Sir R.E. Newton said, can the term cultivate equate with hybrid? Making hybrids is a kind of cultivation. Supreme Justice. Today your born day, Supreme Justice. Understanding God. That's peace, man. Today's your born day. And you decide to waste time on the show with the Christ. Don't tell Boy Master I'm eating vanilla wafers. It's got vanilla in the title. Then she is. Did it go off? This is getting annoying now. SW said he would say a seedless watermelon is grafted. Ajax Mathematics said on Venus the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Yeah, she still ain't like Venus though. See, let's first of all, we know that Venus Venus is the goddess of beauty. You know. Kareem said, I saw a video with you quoting problem number 13 where it says she knows all about you, and you was like, who's she? Wait, I was quoting problem 13? You must be talking about the other day. Somebody came in and was talking about the problem book and saying that Supreme Mathematics and Supreme Alphabet, because I don't know problem 13. But it says she knows all about you, and you was like, who's she? Yeah, it's probably, yeah. Who yeah, I wouldn't know who you talking about. He said we want all our fruits to have seeds. Oh, some of this is side rallies going on. I'm over here getting caught up. All in the Business says seedless watermelon is dwarf fruit or it is GMO. Calm Islamly. All right. Calm Islamly bringing us back into the Calm Islamly bringing us back into the realm of where we like to be. I had a question about the grafting process. How would grafting back to the original from the white be possible if there's no longer a black germ to work with? Precisely. That's why it says it cannot be done unless you graft him back into the original man, which takes 600 years. So instead of losing time, see, the losing time is you planting your seed in a Caucasian woman, right? And then you got to wait now for that seed to get back to the original families. You took your time to do that. I'm not sure if you're in that degree yet, but what you said is exactly right. Philip Graham, I guess you had that same question. How many degrees do I have in my actual facts? 13. uh, you should either have 11 or 13. Some people got 11, and then they got a 12th and a 13th, but it got asterisks on it. All right, we got Aisha. Wow. Aisha Badia is, she has great command of the English language. Aisha says seedless is genetically modified, I think, not hybridized. Oh, yeah. Carmen's Lumley said right, but we know that if we were to hypothetically graft the white back to the original, it would take 600 years. But where would you start if all you got to work with is white? You got to start with your seed, with planting your seed into a white woman, and then you see how long it takes. All in the Business says etherphon is a chemical used and sprayed to prevent fruits from growing seeds. That's GMO. Okay, but I still think you're talking about two different things here. I can't be positive, but here's a question. I don't know if you just researched this. Whatever seeds that you need, you have to buy them from the company every year. But like I said, there's other things like bananas that that was done before the GMO era, really, to my knowledge. So I'm sure, whatever you're talking about right here, yeah, I know about this thing. I didn't know this was the exact chemical, the etherphon, but I did know that the GMO companies do everything they can to stop you from being able to use your own seeds and always have to come back to their stock. All in the Business said, great grafted fruit is when you take a cut from one plant and combine grafted into another. Yeah, but see, even with that, if you take like you said, you take one cut from one plant and you graft it onto another, right? How does that work genetically? Meaning, like, if I plant a fruit, right, from this new plant that I made from joining the two other plants, how will the fruit come out from the seeds? Joseph said also to add on root vegetables. Root vegetables can be regrown from grocer to home. Yeah, he's talking about like potatoes and stuff like that. You could just plant a potato and it'll grow.
It's 4 o'clock.
In fact, you don't even have to plant a potato. And you'll see stuff growing. Joseph said he's going to have some garlic and ginger growing by the end of the week. I don't like garlic. It's white. Fruit is that which contains a seed, okay? Right. So Kareem said somebody was saying that the mathematics come from problem 13. I pulled it up on the internet. And then I said who's hurt? Man, what happened, man? Five-borough thorough. You got kicked out again, man, already by time. Senator Shaw said, hybridization is not artificial, like genetically modifying a plant. I mean, you know how Debar in Africa, you got different tribes that have cultivated different types of characteristics. You know what I mean? Some of them is real tall. You know, you got the people that got the long necks. You know what I mean? This is when a young brother, you know, whatever gives him the magnetic where he can pick the woman that he wants to pick, he picks a woman with a long neck. You understand what I mean? And they have babies that have longer necks than they would if he picked a woman with a short neck. You know, this is different though than when I say genetically modified, I'm talking about, you know, when they go into the actual, you know, they going into the actual cells and changing things about the information that's in the cells. You know what I'm saying? Like in the cells, you have the knowledge, the information, the instructions to grow you as however you are. When they go in and change those on that level, that's something different from when you saying you just cut a plant and then you connected it to another plant over there. That's different. You understand what I mean? And that's why I asked, what happens with the seeds? See, because, like, for instance, you got, I'm not sure which one is which. You got a mule and a donkey, right? I think it's the mule that's the mix between a donkey and a horse, I think. But mules are sterile. A lot of hybrid animals are sterile. A liger, a mix between a lion and a tiger, they sterile though. So to me, that's one key to, you know, if you are observing and you trying to say like, okay, is this thing a natural thing that would happen, or is this something that would only happen under the circumstances where somebody was controlling this? You know what I'm saying? How much technology do you need to do it? all in the business said fruit, root, seeds, nuts, legumes, leaves, and weeds. That's all there is. Also, to add on, a flower of any plant is considered pre-fruit because any plant seeds will come through the flowers, even the grass. Well, so where did this other category, vegetables, come from? I have a question about the actual facts. What's the science behind 12 and 13? Did Allah add those on? Those was, see like how we do right now, and we go through the science of showing and proving the lessons, right? You know what I mean? The different things. And the 12th and the 13th degree was things that brothers had observed that in order to show and prove the lessons, you need these facts right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, without the 390,000 square miles of the Arctic Ocean, you don't come up with 139,685,000 square miles of water. You know what I'm saying? And in the third degree and 1 to 14, it says the original man knows every square inch of the planet Earth. You understand what I'm saying? So, different brothers that was dealing with the course of their research, they presented this to Allah that, listen, in order to be able to, show and prove this or that, this element right here is not in the lessons. And Allah told them to put that in there. You understand what I'm saying? But everybody, what is going on with my thing, man? Are y'all hearing me? Why don't thing keep seeming like it's cut off? But get back to what I was saying. There's a lot of things that Allah told brothers to do that they didn't do. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, he said to get a job or get a trade. Clearly everybody didn't do that in a timely fashion that he might have wanted them to do it. What garden are you talking about? What garden are you talking about? 5 barrel or thorough? Amina. What garden are you talking about where you massage the soil? Five Borough or Thorough said you got to be able to answer. Joseph said you got to be able to answer our questions too if you truly want answers. SW says seedless would be GMO grafted. Hybridized is a crossbreed emerging of two different things into one. Yeah, but see, there's also selection. You know what I mean? And selection just means that, let's say if we're taking watermelon right now, somebody like myself that likes watermelon, I may want to grow huge watermelons. So what I do in order to do that is I only plant the seeds, right, from the biggest of the watermelon. This is another kind of cultivation. So, naturally, when you're dealing with watermelon, some is going to have more seeds than others. And as you continue to plant the ones that have less and less seeds, there's another kind of cultivation. Who are you talking about, Amina? Joseph said you can add your magnetism to plants just like people. All in the business said bananas have seeds. Yeah, no, but originally bananas had huge seeds. Like bananas got seeds, like the size of what kind of fruit? I mean, they had huge seeds where is not as much banana flesh in there as the ones we get. Kareem said, look for Firstborn Darkim video on Inf Mega channel. He builds how he was the one that brought the 12th degree to the father, and the father said add it on. Yeah, check that out. On the business said you can't buy seedless fruit seeds as far as I know. Well, actually, even though this is kind of, I could tell you that there's at least, like I said, or somebody else was saying that the GMO fruit, a lot of them don't make seeds because they don't want you replanting them. You know what I'm saying? But that's the difference between cultivation and grafting. You see what I'm saying? It's that when you grafting, after 200 years, you don't have no more black. After 400 years, you don't have no more brown. But see, when you cultivating, that's just within your range, on your farm. You know what I'm saying? When you just dealing with cultivation, you're not taking out, you're not destroying every, you're not destroying the original. You're just cultivating what it is that you're doing. So, if which I don't know because I don't generally buy seedless watermelon, but, if you buy a seedless watermelon, does it never have seeds? Or does it have less seeds? I really don't know because I don't buy it. I've been talking way too long today. $793 says, so how are seedless oranges labeled non-GMO? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every fruit that we have that's been, there's been some change in the way it existed in 1300, don't mean that it's, grafted. Like when you say something is grafted, then I don't really want it. You understand what I'm saying? Grafted, I don't see how that could actually be good for your health. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff happened, back in the 1600s and 1500s, before a lot of the science that they deal with modern GMO where you actually injecting DNA, you got some GMO fruit that has DNA from animals injected into it to bring about whatever change that they want to bring about. So, some things you will see, it's not the original way when they first found oranges in 1400 or whatever year that was. You know what I mean? Some things are just cultivated to grow in different climates. Some things have been cultivated to become more edible. Like they might have been bitter or the flesh might have been tough. You know what I'm saying? 700 years ago. Joseph said, garlic kills bad bacteria. I love garlic. I eat it raw. I don't get sick. And I don't like garlic. I'm like a vampire. Saturday 3rd said onions and apple cider vinegar. He uses that for health. So you got garlic, onions, and apple cider vinegar. I don't like onions either. Joseph said when you plant the seeds, it bears fruit with no seeds. So you got to buy new seeds of those products to keep it. Owner of the business said the fruit will come different with the slip method. Could be a stronger plant, could end up a weaker plant with less nutritional value. Grafting includes changing climates and what you feed a plant to. Knowledge Born said local honey is food for allergies. All in the business said plants naturally will hybridize, but a man has to graft a plant. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying when, like I said, the grafting that we talking about, like for instance, if a person gets burned, they have a skin graft. This is not the same as what we talking about making the devil. That's why I was just saying that, we need to be a little bit careful when we say that, this fruit or that fruit is grafted. Jadatis Jassim said, yeah, anything mixed between two different species is born sterile. See, like this here, when he says grapefruit is a grafted lemon orange. Jassim said, what's up with the GMO salmon now? And does anybody know the dietary law on mushrooms or just the science on mushrooms, please? See, the GMO salmon has actually had the DNA of another fish injected into its cells. And the other fish grows bigger and it grows faster than normal salmon. So now they've changed the actual, right now when they release this salmon, if they release this salmon into the wild and it mixes with other wild salmon, this is something different than cutting one plant and connecting it to another plant. $7.93 says salmon is farm raised. Try and deal with wild salmon and not the farm stuff. Due to knowledge, the farm raised with the waste byproducts above the farms below them, adding color and taste. All in the business said, vegetable is that which is capable of life or growth other than animal. Now I'm saying, like, why did we start calling certain things vegetables? You're saying that there's no such thing as vegetables, but then you gave categories of things that was not fruit. So I didn't understand. Brain Elevation said, on a side note, all tolls are closed, but when you pass them, they flash like they shooting pictures. Well, in New York City, they closed the tolls last year at some point. That's more than likely the Easy Pass. The Easy Pass is taking the pictures of your plates, and when the right time comes, they're gonna be sending you the bill. Knowledge Born said you gotta read the packs of salmon when you buy it. It'll say Alaskan Wild on the front and product of China on the back. Yeah, 793rd said the same thing I said about the lights flashing at the tolls, that it usually means they're sending you your toll in the mail, if not registered plate-wise with Easy Pass. Yeah. Like I said, in New York, they already got rid of all the tolls, and that's what they do anyway. Slacky B said like an avocado. I think if you're talking about how big the seeds of a banana was, yeah, about that size, but they longer. All in the business said, right, the island banana seeds like pumpkin. Yeah, they much bigger. What it says, when you get arrested, now they scan your eyes. Aisha Bethia. Y'all gotta stop me from talking sometimes. Aisha Bethia said, we have a grafted pear apple tree. Grafted trees can return to the original though. So it's not grafted. That's what I'm saying. You know, if you know, is a difference. Somebody was bringing this up the other day. You know, there's a difference between a compound and a mixture. You know, one has been taken to the molecular level, and one, you know, it's just a superficial thing. You know, if it can return to the original, it's not grafted. All in the business said, when making devil, the black was destroyed, then brown, then yellow, but what was added on to the white, because grafting is to take away, then add on to. What you mean? I don't understand what you mean when you said what was added on to the white. Now, grafting means to take away from someplace and put it someplace else. But when you say add on to, I need you to clarify that a little bit more so I can get into that one. Brilliant Elevation says seedless watermelon has white seeds, immature almost. That's what I'm saying. That, you know, there is natural selection. So is a cigarette a grafted germ? How does cigarettes fit into this? Kareem is recommending the firstborn, the Darkim video again. $793 said, as a cousin of mine said, his people caught a ticket moving through too fast between points. I'm with you as you move 10th a tenth of the speed the planet spins, but never through tolls. It's more like 35 to 40. Oh, no, I already got my stuff from the store, Knowledge Born. I just got to cook it. I went and got some, I got some chicken breast with the bones. And, I already had some potatoes. I got some cabbage. And, there it goes again. On the business said, navel oranges. Are we even on? It said navel oranges are the weakest in nutritional value. They naturally became seedless oranges. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I mean when I say people saying that is these are two different processes, is what I'm saying. And we're using the same word for it, but we gotta understand that there's subtle differences in what is really happening and what is the outcome. At least for me, like when I first started hearing this type of stuff, like, a grapefruit is a grafted fruit, I'm thinking, wow, grapefruits are the devil? So, Kareem said that's why a lot of Chinese people are living in Africa. They want that fertile land. Yeah, that's Joe Sell talking about he eat garlic raw. You catch me doing nothing like that. All in the business said honey is bee vomit. Did you have to bring that up all on the business? The YouTube line is open today. Hold on. I was wondering. Wait, let me open this back up. I did notice that nobody called. Usually I already got what's her name. Aisha Badia said the expensive organic foods are usually genetically modified to be pest resistant. Aisha Badia said honey is delicious. Yeah, all in the business, he felt that he needed to make that knowledge born. Whole Foods is filled with genetically modified food? Oh yeah, somebody did ask a while ago. What was the question? Somebody asked, what's the science on mushrooms? Somebody asked a two-part question. And I answered the first part, and then I didn't even recall the second part. Queen U, peace. What's going on? Aisha Bathia said, boy, Mastermind be on that Dr. Sadie sign. But he reached that level where, he's done his research to where, I heard him say certain times like, yeah, see, Dr. Sadie said this, but really he's wrong. This is the real science right here. So, yeah, Born Mastermind is out well beyond all that. Malik Lowe, okay. Oh, Malik Lowe, peace. What's going on? Oh, man. I see you had to go back to work here, Jason. The alkaline diet? You see, Joseph, you starting to see now, right? I see you starting to learn. You starting to learn now, Joseph. Okay, Amina, I don't know if you're still out there listening, but you're not chatting with me. You're just talking. Supreme Man, what's the deal? Supreme Man, we got the call in. The call in number is working right now, Supreme Man. 929-336-4222. On the business said, vegetables are parts of plants that are consumed. A tomato and squash are often referred to as vegetables, but are fruits by definition. Yeah, I know this definition right here, but I'm asking, you said that there's really no such thing as vegetables. So I was just trying to get clarification on that before I repeat it. So let me tell y'all something. One thing you gotta remember, some of these questions that you may have, and you've been thinking about these questions for years, months, and days, I never had that question. So a lot of times, you gotta be clear on not just your question, but the premise where you coming from with the question. You understand what I'm saying? It's like if a person says, well, if since the sky is green, how come it doesn't match the trees? Okay, the first thing I don't agree with you on is that the sky is green. So when you trying to get me to answer your other question about why I don't match the trees, no, first we got to go back to, you said the sky is green. I don't agree with that. So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times, y'all asking a question based upon some research or a video or whatever it might be that you've seen, you got to break all of that down for me so I can really know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember somebody asked a question a minute ago if a cigarette is grafted or something. I really didn't know what that meant. But, yeah, you got to break this stuff down. On the business said, vegetable is a categorization term, not a definition of there of the food being eaten. So you saying that vegetable doesn't have a definition? I ain't eating no garlic raw or cooked. He Korean said, I never used to eat lobster, but did eat crabs and shrimp. Now don't eat none of it. But according to who's cooking, you can clean the shrimp. Learn that from the older God, Prince Supreme. I mean, you can clean that black thing out, but they still have eaten what they've eaten for their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Their actual flesh, consists of whatever they feeding on down there at the bottom. I don't know. I don't eat it. Got the home remedies. Clabby one, peace. All in the business said he likes agave better than honey. Oh yeah, Jasim was asking about mushrooms. Curious if I should add them to the diet. Doesn't seem like the best part. I mean, I don't eat mushrooms in terms of what is the dietary benefits of it. I don't know of any. All in the business put that mushrooms are funguses. So, I don't know if you want to consider that before you eat it, but how exactly it interacts in the body, I don't know. I'm one of those people that basically I eat simple. You know what I'm saying? As much as I can, I make my own food. I'm not, like I've been seeing a new thing recently where I'm not sure what it's about, but I just seen it where people, they got something called 3-ingredient recipes. Where whatever they make, and that's generally the way I am. I'm not a person chopping up all the stuff, putting it in my food and gumbo and all this. I don't like that. You know what I mean? When I look at my food, like when I eat a piece of chicken, I could look at it and say, damn, yeah, that's a piece of chicken that comes from right there. Or if I eat a grade of rice, I could say, oh man, yeah, that's, or if I eat an ear of corn, whatever it is, if I eat fish, it looks like the fish that was swimming in the water. And see, if you eat bacon, it don't look nothing like a pig. Because bacon is an extremely processed meat. You understand what I mean? The closer you could be to looking at your food and knowing what it was before they put it in that bag, that's the better off it is for me. That I stick with that. And like I said, I don't eat too exotic. If I didn't eat it before I was about 10 or 11, generally speaking, I'm not going to eat it now. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have a lot of complex dietary law. My dietary law is just to keep it as simple as possible. Brain Elevation said, I just wanted to get away from calling food grafted. I mean, that's my point with it, what I'm saying. Is that, not saying to change the whole terminology, but I'm just saying to understand that, we're talking about something a little bit different. Malik Lowe said, just recently hospitalized with pneumonia. Yeah, man. You better take it easy out there, especially right now, man. Aisha Badia says shellfish are bottom feeders, the swine of the sea. Yeah, so I really, all that stuff, trying to find a way to do this and all that, I'd rather just not eat it. Fly Phrase said he loves mushrooms. They got some health benefits, I believe. Don't quote me. Joseph said fungi equals bacteria. There's good bacteria and bad bacteria. So which one is fungi? Kareem said they're all scavengers. I didn't even know shrimp had eyes. Yeah. All in the Business said, vegetable, the word exists indeed, and we use it when referring to a wide range of edible parts of plants. So what I mean is that the description is not to describe. Vegetable is edible plant matter. What was the description? I mean, from what I understand, one of the general descriptions is that the fruit, like you said, is a part of the flowering, and the vegetables is like the actual leaves, the leaves and the rest of the matter of the plants that we eat are the vegetables, and the fruits are the products of the flowers. Jasim said, I did some knowledge about macro and micronutrients. It's recommended to eat the rainbow. Yeah, because each one of those colors represent a different nutrient or a group of nutrients that's being absorbed into the plant. So when you eat in the different colors, you're getting different nutrients. Joseph said, I didn't know Jello had pork in it until I was 17. I got the knowledge at 15. I was sad for days. I used to eat mad fruit and Jello for my lunch. Yeah, that was one of those things. When they gave you the list, because like I said, for me, I didn't know about ingredients. Like, I knew ingredients existed and what they was, but I didn't know, to me, pig was ham, pork chops, bacon, pig's feet. This is pig. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know, about different little ingredients that they might slip in there. But yeah, Jello was one of those things where it was like, man, uh, how would you say, I didn't plan on losing Jello, you know what I'm saying, with gaining the knowledge of myself, but yeah, that's the way it worked out. Sir R.E. Newman said, I heard the messengers say that the lobster is the cockroach of the sea. The catfish and the shrimp are scavengers and should not be eaten because their diet consists of waste. Well, yeah. The lobster is some kind of sea insect. The shrimp is a kind of insect. All in the business said Pop-Tarts and frozen frosted Wheaties. I never ate Wheaties. And Pop-Tarts was that was a little bit after my time. Like we was talking the other day about, how I grew up, with the burgers that your moms made the patties. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really going to McDonald's and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So, I wasn't eating junk food out the house. I wasn't eating junk food in the house either. You know what I'm saying? That's more my sister. She grew up with the Pop-Tarts and the fruit roll-ups and all that stuff. I never ate it. On the business said mushrooms are rich in vitamin K. So Self said there's good bacteria and bad bacteria. All are fungi. Mold is a form of bad fungi. So you're saying that there's good mushrooms and bad mushrooms, you're saying? All in the business said if you eat mushrooms raw, your body will fight the fungus. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Meaning you don't want to talk about eating. All in the business says cook the spore life away and you have rich vitamin K. So you're saying when you cook it that you kill the live aspect of the fungus, and then it's rich in vitamin K without being dangerous. $7.93 said had to stop with the fish oil pills, not knowing which gelatin, pork or beef they were made from, not made clear on the labels. Mini wheats was a heartbreaker. Yeah, I didn't have these kind of cereals. So y'all don't want 793rd. 793rd is in here, right? 793rd. Tell them about that King vitamin. So y'all ain't had cereal till you had that King vitamin. All in the business says gel capsule pills are gelatin, but some are vegetable glycerin. So the boss said the good bacteria can be found in many places. What is considered good also refers to the amount, Joseph, like E. coli in your stomach and large intestine that help digest the food. Malik Lowe said they're scavengers of the land, air, sea, and we must not eat either. Yeah. And they're scavengers and swine of people that we must avoid too. And not eat the wrong foods of these ideas that they be having. You understand what I'm saying? We gotta keep that in mind too. You know, I don't want to say no names, but yeah, we got people out here that's running their mouth, right? And they giving out mental food that's swine. Joseph said he remembers hearing a Pinay woman say that not cleaning her shrimp with the head and all that was the best part, taste-wise. Now, I was born said when it comes to cereal, I look for the kosher sign. They don't mix wheat with dairy, so most emulsifiers and sweeteners are usually plant. All in the business says vegetables is the description, but a fruit is being described. I think I must have skipped over that. I'm not. Which fruit was being described and the word vegetable was used? Because I know we did speak on a tomato being considered a vegetable, but it was a fruit. And I know it's a couple others.
It's 5 o'clock.
Aisha Bathia says she uses powdered lion's mane and chaga mushroom for focus and concentration. Is powdered lion's mane something? Is the name telling me what it is then? Where do you get powdered lion's mane? Or is that like a herb that just has the name lion's mane? Fly Phrase says, what about the Little Debbie's cakes? Ain't they fried in lard or something? I know Susie Q's are most deaf. But what else? Twinkies, Hostess cupcakes? Yeah, Little Debbie's, you started describing Hostess cakes. Maybe this is what All in the Business was talking about. you describing Hostess cakes, but you said Little Debbie. You threw Little Debbie under the bus there. And then you started talking about Susie Q's and Twinkies. Yeah, Joseph is saying most companies got wise to low sales. You know, that's something that I could be wrong, but I do think. Listen, that's something that the guys did. You know, there was years, where we were standing outside the store, and every time somebody came out with like Twinkies or whatever, we used to call Hostess. We used to call them hostage cakes. They hold your brain hostage and make you stupid. You know what I'm saying? And people always saw, we snapping on people. So at the period of time, the Hostess rack just started being mad full. And then one day I noticed They changed over their recipes. You know what I'm saying? But you know, especially in New York, it just got a lot more health conscious. Like you had to go like over the river and through the woods to get like soy milk or any type of health products like that was kind of difficult to find even in the 90s. So just in general, once being healthy and a healthy lifestyle became commodified into where now it's commercial and it's $1 billion industry, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's something that you're going to see companies jumping on the bandwagon of. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the biggest product for Pepsi Cola is water. I can't recall what they water company. I think Dasani is the Coca-Cola brand. Whatever is the Pepsi brand, I'm pretty sure that's their biggest seller. All in the business said all plants flower, but now all produce fruit encompassing a seed. All plants flower, but not all produce fruit encompassing a seed. For example, onions form seed pods from the chive or vegetation of the onion. You're saying okay. So you're saying that all plants produce a flower, but not all of those flowers are fruits. Okay. Malik said, I recall a guy smacking my hand for not reading the ingredients of everything I ate. He was strict on that, like not eating Hostess and eating Drake. It's all a part of growth and development. Man, listen. I seen so many people get Twinkies slapped out of their hands. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous the amount of food that I've seen slapped out of people's hands. Yeah, Lucky Charms. Never ate Lucky Charms. Joseph said homogenized corn syrup and soy lecithin was switched for gelatin lard. Yeah. And hydrogenated, what is it? Hydrolyzed, hydrogenated corn oil or something. Which is a bad process. There's something about that process that's not is not healthy to consume. It's something about that process that is not healthy to consume stuff that has been cooked in that hydrogenated oil. Get my utensils. The boss said, isn't that why they got the K Circle D sign on the Starbucks now? S'mores. I used to eat some horrible cereals, man. What happened to Rice Krispies, man? Y'all cats is wildin'. S'mores. Hot Links and Sour Patch Kids. What are these stuff? Joseph said companies like Starbucks make money off of sugar and caffeine. Legal drug dealers, they're not there to give you swine. Yeah, powdered lion's mane. I'm back to that comment. What is powdered lion's mane? He Kareem said, Brother Polite was saying too much hand sanitizer is killing your good bacteria and advised using apple cider vinegar with aloe vera. But who's buying all that to wash your hands? Yeah, I actually saw that video from Brother Polite. Now I agree with him in terms of the bacteria is just a life form. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things like you know, it could be any thing that exists, because in atoms, which everything is made of, you got protons and you got electrons. You know what I'm saying? Good and bad is in everything. You know what I'm saying? Including bacteria. But because the way most of us get introduced to bacteria is as bad germs, right? Then that's how we always look at bacteria. But yeah, something that just, wholesale kills off bacteria would be like, we're going to just wholesale kill off New York because, there were some people that committed some crimes there. You know what I'm saying? But those are people, individuals that committed crimes, and it didn't have nothing to do with New York. And so, this idea that, we need to just kill the bacteria, you know what I'm saying? In reality, bacteria is also a part of our, what you call that thing? The environment, the cycle of the environment. The equilibrium of the environment. What do they call that again? The ecosystem. Bacteria is a part of the ecosystem of the planet. And they got purpose for their survival like everybody else. $7.93, the King Vitamin. Yeah, man, these cereals that they talking about, this s'mores and all this stuff. I remember when that stuff started coming out, or when I started seeing it on the commercials, man. I used to eat real cereal, man. King Vitamin, Rice Krispies. I really like cornflakes better than Frosted Flakes. See, because I'm the magnetic. I like being able to control my own sugar. All in the Business says anything white, frosted, and solidified is pork most of the time. See, you sound like Born Master. You sound like Born Master now. You sound like Born Master by anything we said. Anything white, frosted, and solidified is pork most of the time. Mm-hmm. Just so should I remember King Vitamin, but he was corny. Ain't that BK King now? Yeah, I mean, I never gave him any cool points. But I'm saying, King Vitamin in cartoons. So you got, King Vitamin and cartoons go together like a hand in glove. That's what you gotta understand, man. King Vitamins and cartoons. $7.93 said, I saw a fly, yet he left out soap like dish and hand wash. fluff with peanut butter. I don't think they had this stuff y'all talking about in New York, man. Philip Grant said it's Frosted Flakes swine. Could be. I don't know. I haven't ate Frosted Flakes in decades. Like I said, even, at that time, I liked cornflakes better. Oh, let me catch up here, man. Oh, Aisha Bathia said lion's mane is a mushroom. All right, yeah, I thought you was. I was about to say, don't get in no fight with Aisha Bathia, man. She's eating lions. Whoa, serious business. But so lion's mane is a mushroom. Hold on, let me catch up, man, so I can be a part of the conversation. Joseph said when people take mushrooms to get high, that high is actually food poisoning. Yeah, no, I didn't know that. Jasim said we should be getting away from wheat and refined sugar anyways. Well, some people in here, maybe Aisha Bathia, has some type of knowledge of the dietary law a little bit better than me. The wheat, from what I understand, wheat is bad for us because we eating an incomplete version of it. Like whatever they do to refine the wheat is what actually causes it to not be healthy. You know what I'm saying? The same way, like in Asian countries, they ferment their soy, so that's why it doesn't have the bad effects that it has in the American diet. But perhaps someone in here knows the whole science of that. All in the business of Frosted Flakes is more like glazed sugar, not white coating. Yeah, I don't know. I like cornflakes better. First of all, I think cornflakes probably preserve the crispness, the crunch. It preserves the crunch a little better, or at least at that time when I ate cereal. It preserves the crunch a little bit better, I think. Which is a very, very important part of cereal. Very, very important. El Larry said, I've been eating vegan for about 7 years, and while I know the difference between some things, I often wonder what's the point if it's all compromise. I mean, sometimes you gotta just lose the least. Sometimes that's what winning comes down to. It's not that you achieved this resounding victory, but you lost a little bit less than the other guy. Like that Muhammad Ali Joe Louis fight, not Muhammad Ali Joe Louis, that Muhammad Ali Joe Frazier fight, where Muhammad Ali just lost a little bit less than Joe Frazier. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the whole, put like this, right now, It's a time where you having, the fact that you've been following dietary law and all this time is why, the coronavirus won't have the same type of effect on you. See, a lot of things we doing is hard for us to see, in real time what the benefit is. And a lot of times, the bigger the benefit is, right, the harder it is for you to see it in real time. You see what I'm saying? Like, for instance, education. Most people, for whatever period of time you there, especially that first, maybe not the first, but say like, once you pass maybe the 3rd grade until you get to, probably the 11th grade where you might start considering going to college or something like that, you don't really see the purpose of being there. You don't really understand it like that. You understand? In a second. And wherever you get caught or wherever you get away with the pencil, it's a real instantaneous type of thing. But the bigger, and more complex the picture is that you're trying to manifest, a lot of times in real time, you might even get discouraged because it seems like people that's not paying attention or observing the laws that you are observing is coming out the same or better than you. But it's one of those things where, it's not until the test, when the test for that thing comes, that's when you'll know, that's when you appreciate the fact that, you went through the actual knowledge and wisdom, all the way to born in the right way. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what happens. You dealing with a cipher, and this cipher don't seem important, but what it is when you get into other ciphers. You see what I'm saying? Like if you not paying attention, you playing all the time in the 1st and the 2nd grade when you just learning how to add and subtract, you're gonna have problems when you get into the 4th and 5th grade and you start learning how to divide and multiply. Because you don't have the prerequisite foundation. You understand what I mean? Studying the lessons could be the same way. Where, when you learning them right now, you may not understand, you just thinking, this is like a certain protocol I just gotta follow. But then as time goes on and you get into different trials and tests in life, and you begin to activate this knowledge for solutions on that plane, then you start seeing it. You know what I'm saying? But, the key is to, we gotta do something about it being compromised, which, is controlling 23 million square miles. As W said, this lion mane looks powdered because of the white hairs. Aisha said it works, but it's mad expensive. How much is it? Is it like worth its weight in gold or something? Waju said fluff is egg white and sugar. SW said, I take chaga and lion's mane sometimes. Veggie caps though. Yeah, I don't know why they threw Lil Debbie under the bus, man. Lil Debbie do the best they can. The lion's mane, yeah, I gotta find out a little bit more about it. All in the Business says Kellogg's cereal doesn't contain any pork products. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was telling y'all. Y'all don't know about real cereal. Do I eat any other kind of cereal besides Kellogg's? What they had? They had those post cereals. I don't think I ate none of those. Zucchini. Why did zucchini come up? at times, depending on who is referring, cucumber. 793rd said, age-wise, I should know, born you truth. I was more of a scrambled eggs instead of cereal kid, just getting on Captain Crunch and Golden Grams. My first and favorite joint. Older sis was into Life and Frosted Flakes. You know, I never dealt with the Captain. You know, all that type of Golden Grams. And I see, for me, cereal is junk food. So I don't eat healthy cereal, you know, Wheaties and all that. That's like you trying to eat a healthy Snickers bar. Cereal is junk food, man. Get some Rice Krispies, put your sugar in there, and get down to business, man. Turn the TV on, watch a little Super Friends. Yeah, Fly Phrase says Pepsi's water is Aquafina. That's their water brand. So anytime you walking around and you see those machines full of Aquafina, that's Pepsi. Just to say that once a healthy lifestyle became commercial, you know, and it became $1 billion industry, then you started to see a lot more healthy stuff, you know, or pseudo-healthy stuff, because I'm quite sure somebody's about to say, as I scroll down, that Aquafina is not spring water. It's municipal water. Joseph said we used to play snatchies, just snatch stuff, knock stuff out of each other's hands. It was something me and my friends agreed to first. Yeah, snatchies was always a dumb game for me. Like, it was never something, you know, why do I want to play with my food? I never understood that game. But yeah, snatchies is definitely something that was around me. I never played it. Instant hot oatmeal out the package. Now, I never was really an oatmeal person. Yeah, Fly Phrase says that the Aquafina is just tap water. Yeah, that's municipal water. When I said municipal water, I meant the municipal water supply, which is, as Fly Phrase said, tap water. Jassim said, I'm the only Benjamin Buttons kid that like Raisin Brands with the scoops. Well, I gotta tell you, I never ate Raisin Bran. I don't like raisins. And then the brand part, like I said, this healthy junk food stuff, I don't. Just give me the junky junk. All in the business bringing up okra and bell peppers now. What is this? Is this like a side rally? Because on the one hand, we got people talking about junk food, and then we got you talking about zucchini, okra, and bell peppers. When Sadiq said Dasani water was the worst water out of all the waters. They did some tests. $793 said, according to the Kagan water pump having water gurus, those plastics are problems. Yeah, plastic in general is some type of estrogen type chemical that comes from plastics. And yeah, it's made out of oil. The boss said, I treat cereals like breakfast, fast food, while making eggs, cooking yams, and toasting bread as continental. And don't forget the juice or water. Yeah, I mean, cereal, yeah, for me, is junk food. El Lowry said he still loves Raisin Bran. Joseph said, I like every Raisin Bran except Post. Don't like raisins. Don't want no bran in my cereal. All right, Apple Jacks, corn pops. Now we talking about cereal, my man. Now we talking about cereal. Apple Jacks, Fruit Loops, corn pops, cereal. All this other candy in the box, man. I don't eat that crap. All in the business said all above mentioned are fruits that are at times called vegetables to categorize them. Most people as I used to believe that fruits are defined by their flavor or sweetness. Okay. Cinnamon apple Cheerios. Come on, man. We need cereal. Not this stuff. The good brand cereal is Mother Best in a brown box with some animal. Nah, I don't want no cereal called Mother Best. 793rd said according to his friend with the cake and water pump, his water loses charge after 3 or so days, so I am good with a shot of apple cider vinegar and lemon juice in my water I drink every day, especially after a workout every other day. All in the business said hydrogenated oils are indeed bad trans fat oils. Jasim said is all you need to make alkaline water, lemon juice, and apple cider vinegar. Brilliant Elevation said Rice Krispies and 8 grams of sugar. Hey, sometimes it comes to that. All in the business said hydrogenated oils are indeed bad trans fat oils, saturated fat. Aisha says probiotic bacteria are good for your stomach, but I ain't never been worried about not having enough bacteria on my hands. Yeah, in all reality, even the bad bacteria, you know what I'm saying, you need it in order for your immune system to kick in. You know what I'm saying? Like your immune system works on something called antibodies, right? Anti means against. So if your immune system don't ever have nothing to go against, the antibodies don't develop. So in fact, even the bad germs serve their purpose. Jasim said that apple cider vinegar and lemon juice is 2 acids in a relatively neutral, a relatively neutral pH balance for water. Don't sound right in terms of he's saying the 2 acids and then the water being neutral. It doesn't sound like that would make alkaline. He says face value alert here. On the business said they cook the hydrogen out of the oil to keep it solidified at higher temperatures. 793rd said my money ain't right, nor do I have room for 3 reverse osmosis filters and a 3 to 4 grand water system when not sick. Heard is very helpful for people with diabetes, cancers, and severe health issues, since in Japanese hospitals, so they use the Kangen water. This is what you need for Kangen water. You need 3 reverse osmosis filters and a 3 to 4 grand water system. Marie Callender's pie crust contains lard. Never even heard of Marie Callender's. Hold on, wait, let me catch up, man. Let me work on my reading skills here, man, and catch up to y'all, man. I'm having one of them days where I keep talking. Man, I'm way back. All in the Business says most Mexican restaurants use manteca in their beans. What? Yeah, Malik, the kids is coming out of it, but I don't know what kind of kids they are, man, eating Raisin Bran. What kind of kid eat Raisin Bran? Can't eat Raisin Bran with cartoons. All in the Business said if you kill the bad bacteria, you're going to kill the good too, which means you have to keep putting the good into your body. Yeah, I don't know, Marie Callender's never heard of it, fly phrase. Joseph said that's where corny came from, the characters off of corn cereal. Stop it, man. All in the Business says for years we've been using dirt and charcoal to clean our bodies and other things. We've been using dirt and charcoal. Oh, this is chicken pot pies. Yeah, I don't even know. I never had that before. I don't know what that is. That's one of those things that I told y'all that look, I didn't have it before a certain age, and I never ate it. Joseph said, I like flaxseed, just a little watery. Aisha says, Google 4 Sigmatic. They have free samples of lion's mane powder. Oh, let's see. I gotta see this stuff. Sometimes I forget I'm right here on Google myself. Mushrooms, lion's mane, mushroom coffee. $12 a month, and what they send you, lion's mane and chaga keeps the caffeine under control to support clean, focused energy. I'm gonna tell y'all though something else. Coffee is another thing. I don't mess with coffee. Certainly we gotta have some other wait a minute, what does it say here? It's 4 Sigmatic legal. I was about to say, man, you put us on some stuff, man, get me locked up. Nah, I don't want this coffee though. What else they got? Do they have tea? I don't want no coffee. Malik said all we have to do is do the knowledge to all we consume physically and mentally. All in the Business said charcoal and dirt will take motor oil off your hands faster than any soap or dilution. Do yourself a favor and call Marie Callender's restaurant incorporated and ask them what's in the crust. Nah, I'm eating that stuff anyway. That's what I'm saying. See, once you got all this stuff, right, in this, pot pie, I don't know how to come frozen or whatever. Listen, man, the amount of processing that goes into that, listen, it's probably got some stuff in there that's worse than pig, man. I told y'all, it's things that, as far as I'm concerned, if you was going to eat that, you might as well eat pig. You know, whatever they got to do to a chicken to get it in that little thing right there and have it stay on whatever shelf or whatever, you know, generally speaking, that's not going to coincide with the rest of the dietary law that we've been speaking. Joseph said there was an old Jet Li movie where he got hurt and go to the Buddhist temple and rubs incense ash on his wounds. Yeah, you know about the Chinese people though. Now, Born said he bought some flaxseed, not sure how to use it yet. $7.93 said I'm good with Marie Callender's. They don't even know what's in their chickens. That's what I'm saying. It's, you know, I try to stay as, you know, keep as little amount of processed food as possible. Aisha said it's the pesticides. All grains is suspect in my humble opinion. So why are all grains suspect, Aisha Badia? On the business says white, frosted, and solidified. Indeed, next time you see something that's described, read the ingredients. Gelatin is a binder. I mean, you know, over the years, you know, I got my brands pretty much that I deal with. So like these type of stuff that y'all saying, I already, you know, that was one of those things. Like, look, you know, the first thing I ever did like that, not the, you know, but, you know, my grandmother, right? You know, one of my grandmothers was like, look, you know, if you got something to drink, you had to drink like the whole thing. Like if you put a cup down, she'd get, you know, yo, you putting that cup down, you messing up my house. You know, when you wash the dishes in her house, you couldn't leave one drop of water on the sink. Like inside the sink, you couldn't leave one drop of water. When she came into the kitchen, she could not know that you was there. If she could tell somebody was in that kitchen, the entire house got turned upside down. And so the first time I went to stay with her and she explained to me all the rules, you know what I'm saying? I said, yo, you know what? I'll just wait till you come to cook. Like I won't even go in there and mess around like I usually do. I'll just wait till you come. Other than that, I won't be in it. And the same thing happened with dietary law where, you know, they gave me a piece of paper with, it was like 2 or 3 pages stapled together. Pig and toothpaste. How did you, you know, I'm not yet even fully comprehending it. But, you know, once I settled into where it's like, okay, I know this set of stuff right here is not pig, then I just stuck with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I don't commonly come across it's because it's something that I'm about to experiment with or something that I haven't eaten in so long that, yeah, you got to check again. You know what I'm saying? But, nah. 793 said try it on everything from ice cream to cereal to whatever, to even cornbread. Jasim said, I've heard good things about fermented ancient grains. Now, Born said, if you bought meat from one of them jars on the counter at the store, you a savage. Oh, you talking about like the pig feet and stuff like that? Yeah, I said, you know, stay away from most of that stuff. Jasim said, quinoa, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, is the only one I remember right now. I think flax is one too. Joseph said granola usually has flax seed in it. Flax seed helps clean your intestines. Brain Elevation said microbes are everywhere. Musadik said you got to talk to the God Divine about the nutrition, about the no nutritional value of wheat. Yeah, because who owned the business said don't even tune into his feeds. Who you talking about? And which divine you talking about? But that's what I'm saying. It has no. It's the. What's the two elements? I know one is the brand, and one is the germ or something like that. When they separate the brand from the germ, that's why you don't get the nutrients. Like that's why the wheat germ is supposed to be the super high packed nutrient. What's the name? Is because they separating that from the rest of the wheat. That's what I understood was bad about wheat. But between Divine and Aisha Bethia, I guess we're gonna find out. He said, yeah, Duba got knowledge on nutrition. Who's Duba? Joe said, so it's kind of like wheat germ. Yeah, I was just bringing wheat germ up. Kareem said that's where fasting comes in. The messenger's teachings were not 100% right and exact as far as actual things he said to eat, but when you incorporate his mandated fasting, he shows you can mostly eat anything. I don't know about that, but yeah, I know what you mean about that. Cornflakes is soggy in seconds. You got the wrong kind, man. Gotta get the good cornflakes. Sadiq said a lot of what I eat is wheat, vegan meals. All in the Business said it's not about being a vegetarian, it's about increasing the qualities of the foods you eat. The boss said those greens are straight fuel in the blood. What? Yeah, y'all know about some brands. I don't know about these brands. Guardian, what's that? Jasim said, I'm still eating the same bowl of grape nuts I poured in Born Power. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Grape nuts, all type of stuff. That's not cereal, man. $7.93 said when you taste real spring water pumped in from a spring, doesn't taste anything like the bottled stuff. Aisha Bethia says cereal is for the trash. Organic, raw, unrefined cane sugar. Yeah, I when I get a chance, I get the cane sugar. See, Aisha is a you're not vegan mafia, are you, Aisha? Yourself said I grew up on oatmeal and cream of wheat. Never like oatmeal or cream of wheat. I can deal with oatmeal now, but I'm still cream of wheat. You still gotta keep that. Jasim said it's been a side rally for like 45 minutes. Yeah, y'all keep going. Jasim said, I believe Aquafina has sodium, Dasani too. Yeah, they put a lot of, Kareem said Aquafina is purified water, just bought like 324 packs. Yeah, they got to put that stuff in there for taste. You know what I'm saying? Because when you get that municipal water, they don't put it through all those processes at the plants to take everything out. You know what I'm saying? And so it doesn't have the regular nutrients that spring water would have. You know what I'm saying? Because spring water, was come down the side of the mountain and all of these different things. And while it was coming down, it was accumulating nutrients from the mountain. So they end up having to put stuff back in to make it taste anything like the real thing. The boss said, anyone ever mess with sugar cubes? Nah, I seen that mostly affiliated with people drinking coffee. Joseph said the sodium is to make you drink more. Kareem said, that's what I've been saying. You got your nice Fiji or that other good water drinking it through a plastic bottle. Yeah. Clean water in a dirty glass. Joseph said he'll take the still water too. Joseph said sugar cubes never dissolve fast enough for me. The bar said I stay away from sugar in my cereal now and mostly drink peppermint tea, which needs no sugar. Joseph said they got box water now. It looks like government milk. You mean, wait, the box looks like government milk or the water looks like government milk where you pour it out? Aisha Bathia said add lime juice to make water alkaline. Lemon and vinegar are acidic. The boss said white cubes were the thing in the 80s in Nigeria. People use refined sugar now. So y'all eating that white food. It's only a matter of time until Nigeria is a white country. Watch. Lucy D said Milwaukee's best cereal. Where we at here? Aisha, you gotta take these people back to some healthy talking. You gotta they getting caught up in the cereal, Aisha. Brain Elevation said oatmeal, water, ice, and sugar in a blender served as a beverage was part of my childhood. Oatmeal. And what it's similar to. Brain Elevation said he was addicted to Cookie Crisp. 793rd said the water system is at least that, and for the better water apparently those 3 filters are supposed to be doing something. So you got to get the water system for 3,000 to 4,000, and then the reverse osmosis systems. And I mean, what is this supposed to do again? Aisha Bethia says baking soda is alkaline, but you can just buy alkaline water at the store. Well, how much is the alkaline water over the other water? Jasim said I want to start distilling tap water at home. I ain't no friend. I did get a water filter though. You know, this event right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though I still been buying water, I got one just in case. You know, for if we can't make it to the store. You know, another thing, Aisha, I saw this like I think it was a video I saw where somebody was saying that you can make alkaline water by leaving regular water in the sun. I think they said it was for 3 days. Like if you leave it in the sun, you can make your own alkaline water like that. You know anything about that? Fly Phrase says Crystal Geyser water is alkaline. It's an 8 on the pH scale. Good water. That's all I drink. It's up there with the self-proclaimed alkaline waters that are an 8 too. Fly Phrase said it's only $1 per gallon. That's the Crystal Geyser you saying. SW said that's what I drink too. SW said Aqua Panna is pretty good. SW said it's like Italian Crystal Geyser. Or in the business said the vegan companies I've looked up are owned by devils. I mean, yeah, it became, like I said, it became a mainstream moneymaker. Joseph said Microsoft patent 20060606. Google that and do the knowledge to those numbers. What's that supposed to be a patent for? The boss said he got locked out. He must have been typing some stuff. $7.93 said the 2.5 water is supposed to keep insects away from plants and people, even though after spraying self, I still got bit up in fam's backyard. The higher the pH, the better, which is why all these guys measuring their water online who says one's body works more optimally with a higher pH in their water. Aisha said they got teas and plain powders in the lion's mane as well. You can get it in a tea form and in plain powders. And how much is it you said? This one over here said it's $12 a month. That don't sound too bad. All these ones keep saying coffee though. Thrive Market. See what comes up on that in a minute. Jasim said a person's blood is slightly basic and most of the foods we eat are acidic. So alkaline water is used to restore balance. Nigel Brim, peace. Joseph said, I'm like that now with my fruit. Don't be messing up my kitchen. Look like a bunch of raccoons was pillaging my kitchen overnight. Hey, man. Oh, so yeah, quinoa is not quinoa, it's quinoa. Quinoa. I still ain't eating it. Jasim said, if unbalanced, the body responds by mismanaging important hormones and whatnot but it's called acidosis or alkalosis. Malik said, all right, no doubt. Yeah, you too, Malik. You telling us to get better. You the one that got to get better. Brilliant Elevation, dandelion root, that's my favorite new tea. Brilliant Elevation said flaxseed and water, that's how I take it. Divine from Medina. There's a lot of divines in Medina.
It's 6 o'clock.
All in the Business said that when they process wheat, they take away the germ and leave the endosperm and bran. Yeah, that's what I understand is unhealthy about wheat. Lowry said a lot of vegans believe that people shouldn't eat animals, period. That's the point of plant-based eating. Yeah, there's people that's vegan for different reasons. Some of them, they really into the animals. Some of them eat that way for their, just strictly their own benefit. Jasim said you're missing gold in the comments if you're skimming over. From who? From what's Gangster? What's her name on here? I know you ain't talking about from what she changed it to? 5 Borough or Thorough. I know you can't be talking about that. Jasim said the human original body is optimized to metabolize sun energy. All in the Business said purified is a bad indicator at times. Aquafina got the low pH. Purified is a bad indicator of what? Joseph said purified is super misleading. Jasim says sun directly is vitamin D. Sun indirectly is all plant material. Sun third order is eating herbivores. Sun fourth order is consuming predators. Yeah, that's the science of entropy as it applies to food. All in the Business says purified equals processed. Also, purified can indicate mixed, diluted, and or tampered with. Joseph said, I was just telling my old earth that yesterday. She was talking about shrimp. All in the business said, lime and cucumber alkaline water is refreshing. Fly phrase. Jaden Smith, Will Smith's son, came out with that box water. I heard it's alkaline though. All in the business said, lemon indeed lowers pH. Joseph said, I never ate shellfish. I was explaining the fact that they are far from the sun and what they eat. All in the business said, lemon zest is what's considered alkaline. Lemon juice is acidic. So the zest is alkaline and the juice is acidic. Jasim said, but besides that, one can get all of the vitamins and minerals necessary to thrive while doing less damage to the earth, acting in harmony with nature and with way less waste. Joseph said the box water is the same as Fiji. All in the business says sunlight hits your skin and the body produces vitamin D. But, y'all went into all that, but I'm saying, what about it making alkaline water? The 793rd said, according to him, that's not real alkaline water unless in a glass from his machine and only for 3 days. And it's a 9. Same dude I told you that's using a 2.5 will kill virus and keep bugs away. So he's saying if you leave it out in the sun, it's not real alkaline water. Only his machine makes alkaline water. All in the business says $1 per gallon for alkaline. All in the business said the more the water evaporated, the more solid metals are left in it. The more the water evaporated, the more the solid metals are left in it. So the alkalinity increases. But once it evaporates, wouldn't the solids be left behind? Musaddiq said, don't believe that water out in the sun. Hey, man. Joseph said that the patent he put up is a patent for a new microchip. Now, Osborne said, that's why I don't buy purified water. To me, it's just boiled and strained. Could be from anywhere. Don't trust it. Jasim said, yeah, anything after predators is cleaning up the mess. The tertiary, those are the tertiary animals. Brilliant Elevation said that raw oatmeal drink is similar to nothing. So wait, did you cook the oatmeal before you put it in the blender, or you just put it in the blender with the water and the other stuff? Kareem said, I used to use the Brita and seen the value of a good purifier for water to get all the dirt particles out. Joseph said, purified water is diluted, tempered, and mixed with minerals. All on the business says Crystal Geyser is better for plants than people, but I would drink that before Aquafina any day. Fly phrase pH level of 7 and above is alkaline. Kagan is when you get up to 9 or 10 pH level. All in the business said you can purify sewer water and add a few minerals to mask the garbage taste. I mean, if you make it sweet enough, I can see it as like the healthiest milkshake. He's talking about the oatmeal drink. How many of y'all have heard of that though? That they actually have a few cities where they recycle the water, they recycle the toilet water. Like there's a couple of cities that already right now, it's mostly countries, it's mostly states in the West. Like see, California is taking a lot of states' water. In certain big cities that was out there, that they got all those aqueducts and tunnels built to tunnel the water to the major cities that's out there. And so certain other cities that they not as high on the priority list to get the water, they started using the wastewater, and they're going through these purification processes that y'all talking about, and that's what's coming out of people's taps right now. Have any of y'all heard about that? Joseph said next time you see a bottle, read it, but you got to come back and bear witness. Jasim said you can distill seawater and make it potable. All in the Business said pH is acid to alkaline ratio. 7 and up is alkaline dominant, but still has acidic quality. Acid and alkaline balance each other out, like bitter and sweet, or even like salt and sugar. So all in the Business, it seems like one thing you're saying here is don't go too overboard with this alkaline water, because you wouldn't want to unbalance yourself towards the alkaline side either. Knowledge Born said, I don't really drink none of them waters out of the vending machines, Aquafina or Dasani. Yeah, I really don't. Yeah. If that's what's there, and that's, because a lot of times when when you in certain places, that's the choices that you got. But if I can avoid it, yeah, I usually stay away from Aquafina and Dasani. Jasim said distillation is the easiest way to purify water. Oh, divine understanding. Yeah, that's what you guys say, divine understanding born. Yeah, the guy, what were you saying? The guy got, dietary law? Yeah, the guy got a lot of science on a lot of things. Josh Simpson, now we got to worry about microplastics in bottled water. I mean, we've been having to worry about it for a while. You know what I'm saying? But, we wasn't thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? We didn't, the knowledge of how dangerous, you got to remember, plastic was one of those miracle things. Like when they first came out with plastic, it was like a miracle substance. You know what I'm saying? That, was going to replace everything and be cheaper and safer and all these things. You know what I'm saying? Like asbestos, is going to stop fires. And a lot of things, they either didn't care or they didn't have the testing capacity to know what the dangers of those things were. Yeah, Knowledge Born said not much of that crystal geyser out here in PA. Yeah, that's true. Depending on where you at, like I was saying with the Dasani and the Aquafina, you may or may not have access to other kinds of water. Fly Frey said he did the pH test for himself. So you got a pH machine? Joseph said distilled water is no minerals, but purified has a lot of added things. Aquafina and Dasani waters have sodium in it. Jasim said that's the problem with distilled. You take the good and the bad out. Knowledge Born said alternative food is projected to be a $30 billion a year industry. What's the alternative food? Yeah. Joe Self said alternative food equals fake food equals matrix slop. Yeah, like I've been seeing some things where they trying to clone meat. I can't recall the exact process, but they grow the meat as some type of clone, like in a like a petri dish, a big petri dish or whatever. But kind of what somebody was saying earlier in terms of people that don't eat meat because of the ethical concerns of killing an animal, right? People that don't eat meat because of those ethical concerns like that no animal would have to be grown or slaughtered, but they growing it in some type of test tube. All in the business says, I don't like the title vegan because it puts you in a category of people who still don't care about your health, just a damn animal. They'll help a stray dog before they help you. Yeah, and you know, it's a mafia. Now, I was born said, be careful. A lot of those companies that use BPAs in their plastic sent it to dollar stores. Joseph said, would y'all say an agent is the same as a trader? Yeah, agent is another one of those terms, you know, like grafting, where, you know, it's come to mean a lot of different things. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you got, you know, secret agent man, you know, but an agent is a you know, a substance or an idea, you know, or a person, or, you know, that can affect some type of change. You know what I'm saying? A secret agent, you know, or, you know, a covert agent is somebody who comes in to affect that kind of change that, you know, is not conducive to the, you know, the whole, the masses of the people. It's not conducive, you know, to the idea that people is trying to manifest. So, you know, when you get into agent, you know, a person could be an agent of change, but or do you mean an FBI agent? All in the business is a bad indicator that something comes from something foul and had to be purified to appear right. So he's saying that purified is a bad indicator on a food label. Joseph said, right, water is supposed to be pure from the knowledge. On the business said it's still water, just not the best quality water. Hence me saying increase the quality of your diet. Now, as Born said, an agent is a part of and usually works for the cause. Now, Now, as Born said, a trader can be an agent, but not all agents are traders. Joseph said, but don't agents act as representatives? Kareem said, yes, New York City sewer system is supposed to be some of the best water available for you to drink. I don't know about the sewer system. That's what I'm saying. That was rough, Kareem. You didn't have to take it there. But see, New York is all our water is running. Like other people's water is still. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, it don't move very far. The water in New York comes from upstate in the mountains. And they got like 3 big tubes that the water comes down, and you know they got a couple of different reservoirs where they can save water if it's a lot or whatever. But our water is constantly moving. So that's why when you know, even in the poorest neighborhoods, right? If you notice, tenement buildings generally run up to 5 floors. And the reason for that is because our water is coming from the mountains, and those mountains are equivalent to a 5-story building. So the water pressure can take the water up the 5 steps without them having to have any water pumps. Buildings that you see that's over 5 floors, they gotta have some pumps to take the water up over there. So because our water is constantly moving and it's coming down from the mountains, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, it's not being stored all that long because of the water demands in New York. New York has some of the best municipal water. But, you know, this sewer water thing you said, come on, guy, you didn't have to take it there. That was grimy. 793 said California has a water storage. Remember a couple of online making their almond milk going to the big companies, since how could they possibly get enough water to make proper almond milk? Divine Truth says, seen a documentary on Cali, and water was speaking on how Cali may go into crisis due to overpopulation and water issues. Yeah, their water is coming. You know, they got the snowy part of California up north. You know what I mean? So you got water that runs down from there. I'm not exactly sure how it works out, but I know, you know, they have problems. It's problems in California dealing with the cities needing water, and it's the demand in the cities for the water is getting so great that they have to divert water from the farmland in California. Joseph, what they call that? The Central Valley, right? Where they got all the farmland out there. So, yeah, California, but it's really that whole West. You know what I'm saying? They having issues. Joseph said Australia has a machine that turns ocean water into fresh water, but there's a drought. Now, as Born said, all reps ain't traders, though. You have secretaries, they're agents and reps, but not necessarily traders. Why you throwing up digital bean pies, Jocelyn? Brilliant Elevation said yes, and they say traces of medications are coming out in that tap water too, yeah. Where this was something that I heard, I don't know if they began doing that, but it was in reference to law enforcement, where, you know, they can tell which areas a large amount of cocaine or with whatever other substance, maybe we want to focus a little more police activity. Joe Self, he Kareem. Wait, Joe Self said traders trade words for those they represent. He Kareem said Poland Spring has been king for a while, but even that now gets a bad rap. What's going on with Poland Spring? That's one of my brands. Poland Springs. Brilliant Elevation said, yeah, bleach is alkaline. You're going to turn white. Bleach is alkaline. Joseph says secretaries take dictation back to words or wisdom. 793, so Australia must not be sharing with California. Apparently not. Now, Born said not going to dispute what a secretary's job is, mostly preparation. I don't see the trade there. Joseph said the secretary takes calls and speaks for who they rep, so they trade communication. Fly Phrase said, pardon self, I went back to read the comment. I thought you said Crystal Geyser has sodium in it. Joseph said, I see an agent as a trader. To me, those are interchangeable. Now, Born said, when you drive from North California to South California, you drive right next to the aqueduct. So this is the aqueduct that's bringing the water from the snowy parts of California down. 793 was saying California has a water shortage, not water storage. I was thinking that's what you meant, but storage, 793 said he knew a black woman, or he knew a woman in Western Pennsylvania who needed a rain catcher in a well since no pipes were running her way for water. Man, what year was that? All in the Business said water that is too alkaline can kill you. That's poison. For example, fluoride water, also retrospectively. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what happened there again. Now, earlier, y'all was discussing different pH levels. So what's the level that it would have to reach to be poisonous, right? And then you said retrospectively, so if you drank too much alkaline water and then you drank something acidic, it would burn a hole in your throat? Jasim said the agent, meaning any natural force or substance which produces a phenomenon, is from the 1550s, meaning deputy representative is from the 1590s. So yeah, without, this is much more succinct and clear right there. My definition, what I was given, an agent is any natural force or substance which produces a phenomenon. Brings about some kind of change. I would say, it's not necessarily natural. That's describing an agent as quite benign. Well, in the Business said, did you see what I said about the sun drawing up the water and leaving a more alkaline water as a result? Yeah, I didn't understand what you said though when you said the sun evaporates it and it results in more metals. Like, first of all, I thought the heavy metals and the stuff is that was the stuff that you wanted out of the water. And then, generally speaking, when the water evaporates, the metals are too heavy to be drawn up. So they end up being left behind. Unless this is some other process that I'm not thinking of. Right. You said if water evaporates from a cup, what's left behind? Solids, which includes metals. Jasim said, trader, dealer, trafficker, one engaged in commerce, 1580s. Agent, noun from trade. Joseph said, agents are all agencies that answer to a judge. Lawyers, police, state, and federal authorities are also agents. Well, the trader made an interorientation. The trade was speaking for somebody whom they represented, made the deal, then disappeared. Why are you putting digital bean pies up all night, Justin? Joseph said agents do their job, then disappear. All in the business said, who's the trader that you're referring to? Joseph said, from the Emerald Triangle all the way down to Southern California, but Cali water comes from Colorado. Yeah, the what's that dam? The big dam that's in Colorado. And that's what I'm saying. That dam is stopping the flow of water of a lot of places in Colorado, and closer to Colorado than where their water ends up going in California. But I know, well, at least I've seen news stories concerning the farmers and the cities in California having conflict over the cities saying we need the water, and what did you say it was? The Emerald Triangle saying they need the water. The 793rd said in the early 2000s into the 2010s. So this was in the 2000s. She didn't have pipes running water to her house. I didn't know they still had that kind of stuff going on. God Cypher Divine, man, you way deep into what did I miss? Joseph said, I get what you're saying. Agents can work for you or against you. All in the business says the metals are left behind. The metals increase the alkalinity. But I'm saying if the metals are left behind, how do they increase the alkalinity of the water? That's what I'm not understanding. Or are you saying that because the metals are not in there, then you're left with more alkaline water? That's the part I'm not understanding. Joseph is saying, I'm saying, yes, the agent now does what traders did then. Right, the Hoover Dam. Yeah, that Hoover Dam is where a lot of California water comes from. John Hawkins a trader for? Was John Hawkins an agent for someone else? The British Crown. Joseph said, in the case of a lawyer, you're not paying. That agent is a traitor. Musa said, my aunt stays in a house in Alabama right now with no toilet or running water. She still got an outhouse? Man. I did hear some kind of story, though. I don't know if it was Alabama or Mississippi, where they were saying that they had such a bad sewer system that the waste system was so bad that it backs up into people's yards and stuff, man. If John Hawkins was an agent, then a trader can be an agent. Owner of business said the water is not completely gone. Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. But aren't the heavy metals dangerous? Sadiq said his aunt still has to go to an outhouse about 50 paces from the house. Man, do it get cold out there? You wouldn't be visiting that aunt, man. Had to come pick her up. Joseph said, I was asking if y'all seen an agent as a trader. Owner of the business said, if a cup is full and half evaporates, the water left behind has an increased alkaline level. Jason, when you said indeed they're dangerous, who are you talking about? The heavy metals? Third said probably why they call certain parts of Western Pennsylvania Pennsyltucky. Joseph said, I'm saying they're the same. The agent and the trader, they both represent a person or entity that's not you. So Musaddiq, you heard the story that I brought up. He said that the story I'm talking about in Alabama is about toxic waste. Yeah, man, see, I can't be going outside to the bathroom, man, when it's cold and all that. Jasim said, yeah, you don't want to drink that. Distillation is about collecting the steam from the boiling water and cooling it back down in the water. Then you can add whatever you want. Yeah, the heavy metals and whatnot in drinking water, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was the dangerous part. But the brother is saying that, in fact, that's iron is a metal that is good for you. Potassium is a metal. Yeah, but lead is a metal too. Javon True said, what you talking about in today's day and time is how, is who you saying, your father or their father used to live in Virginia in the 50s? Man, listen, I didn't even know people was living like that in the 50s. I thought that was over like in the 20s and 30s. Joseph said, my understanding is distilled is no minerals, empty water. The other water has added metals. The distilled has nothing. Jasim said, we're not talking about well water, and even then you've got to worry about big agribusiness contamination. Yeah, that's the only problem with distilled is you have to add back minerals. 793rd says, saw that toxic waste program, I think, or was it the one about fracking where the waste comes up out of your sink like Chernobyl? Nah, it's not. You talking about the one where people were setting they faucet water on fire? I saw that one too. Joseph said, with proper knowledge of self or money, but we got to know who is who out here, got to correlate with degrees. On the business said, if the water you're evaporating from has lead in it, then the full cup becomes a half cup of poisonous alkaline water. All right, so wait, this is what I think I was missing. You saying that when half of the water evaporates, it increases the percentage of the metals in the water, and this is the alkaline water that you was talking about that's poisonous, or that could be poisonous. But this was still the question. Y'all was naming specific pH levels. Like y'all was saying anything over 7 is starting to go alkaline. So what's the level that the pH would be at where the water would start to become poisonous? Jasim said, no, you collect the steam, the lead and other stuff doesn't boil and it's too heavy. No, you talking about something different. You talking about the distillation. Me and all in the business is talking about evaporation. So this is what, now I'm getting more clear on what all in the business was saying, is that you can't do the sun procedure with water that contains lead and fluoride. It will become more poisonous. So what he's saying is that if you put the water out in the sun, that as the water evaporated, that it would be becoming more alkaline, but it would also be becoming more poisonous. Now, and maybe I didn't understand her correctly, but I thought she was saying to keep the top on the water so that, yeah, it would evaporate inside the container or whatever, but because it couldn't get out, that it wouldn't evaporate into the atmosphere. Sadiq said, to keep it real, people down south in a lot of places live with these conditions like that. Yeah, that's, you got the septic tanks and everything backing up in people's yards. That was crazy. All in the business said distilled water still contains other water solubles. Yeah, the Hoover Dam. California water comes from the Hoover Dam. Now Hoover is in Colorado, but the water runs all the way to LA, so yeah, it probably goes past Las Vegas. All in the business said vitamin C can occur in distilled water. What do you mean occur? Vitamin C and chlorine both evaporate. Joseph said the Colorado Aqueduct, built in the 1930s, transport water from the Colorado River to Southern California, is operated by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and is the region's primary source of drinking water. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the Colorado River is dammed by the Hoover Dam. Hoover Dam is a concrete arch gravity dam in the Black Canyon of the Colorado River on the border between the U.S. states of Nevada and Arizona. 2 or 3 times a year. 2 or 3 times a year, I'm wrong. Looks like this is one. So the Hoover Dam is in Nevada. I guess the Colorado River is what had me thrown off. Jasim says some very light contaminants could aerosolize with the water, but most, approximately 99%, wouldn't. I should hit that 99% with an asterisk because I pulled it out of thin air. Kareem said any water source, they're going to add minerals for taste. All of the business says 8.5 pH and up is poisonous if the metal is lead, copper, fluoride, or other known poisonous metals. 8.5 potassium water is great for you but bitter. So how would you know? So wait, it's the metals that make the water alkaline? Kareem said if you put an empty bottle to a waterfall and drink the water, you probably won't like it unless it's ice cold. Joseph said Hoover Dam is on the Colorado water line. Colorado River water comes through the man-made Hoover. Yeah, that's what I knew about it, but that's what had me thinking that it was in Colorado all this time. But it's the Colorado River. Point taken. Mount Baldy, Arrowhead Lake water. I don't know. Where's Arrowhead Lake? In Kansas? The Kagan water machine has titanium rods. So what does that mean? None of the metal leaches, none of the metal leaches into the water? Minerals from various sources, including decomposing organic matter and dissolving earthen material, would impact the pH of the water. Fly Phrase says the machines cause a grip, though. I guess he's talking about the I guess he's talking about the Kagan water machine. Joseph, let me ask you a question. Because I think this is one of those questions where you got to listen. You know, are you saying that all agents are traders, right? Or are you saying that all traders are agents? All in the business says what I mean by occurs is if you boiling an orange, the vitamin C will evaporate through a tube with the H120 mist, with the H120, with the H2O mist. So what you're saying is that the orange is water soluble to a level where it would remain in the mist, or that it evaporates at the same temperature and would be included with the mist. 793 said the rides on the Kagan water machine have to be clean, filters checked, and serviced. So this is not a cheap endeavor, especially if we find one in good health and practices with strong immune system may not need it. I mean, this doesn't really sound like something that anybody needs. You know, I mean, if you've, scared yourself with this type of coronavirus thing that, the water is going to kill you and it's poison, then I could see why that's necessary for you. But, the body is 75% water, right? That water is not, it's not through a Kagan machine. So, where's you with these digital bean pies all day, man? Divine Truth said copper is poisonous, or are you saying lead-coated copper? I don't think he said copper. You could get it written off on your taxes if you get a Kagan machine. Knowledge Born said the prime pH for the body is 7.3 to 7.7. There are some meats with a pH under 3. Some people don't consider that poison, so for water, I don't know. 793rd. So I've been trying to tell this cat even years before this current bug. Joseph said I'm saying both. The word agent wasn't used back in the 1940s, but now trader is not used only to refer to Wall Street or market. So I'm saying yesterday's trader is today's agent. On the business said, indeed, the ions in the metal are what balance out acid and increases alkaline. So that's the phenomenon of this alkaline water. Like I've been really ignoring this for years. So the alkaline water is just water with a lot of metals in it. All in the business at Arrowhead Lake is San Bernardino County, California. San Bernardino County, California's major water supply. San Bernardino is the largest county in the country. It is? Nah, I don't think so. We have to look that up because Queens is supposed to be the third largest city in America. So it says San Bernardino is the largest county in the United States at 20,105 square miles. Jasim said trace minerals are required for human consumption. Keyword trace meaning small amounts. These minerals are usually replenished in the body through a real food diet. 793rd said there are spots all over Harlem who've had them since the 90s in small health food spots selling shots and glasses. Joseph said, yeah, I believe minerals are metals just in an atomic form, a form our cells can eat and use to construct in the body. Business said the vitamin C in the orange is water soluble. It will dissolve if you open the lid, but if you channel the water and siphon it, like done with distilled water, you will retain the vitamin C. Okay. I guess this says ingesting instead of investing. Ingesting too much of any mineral, anything is likely dangerous, but heavy metals especially. All in the business said when the water you distill cools down, you can open it and the vitamin C will be retained in the water. It will taste like vitamin C water, not just clear water. Joseph said if agent were to be there, it would probably have been used there in that degree. I mean, I would say a trader is an agent, but every agent is not a trader. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, us as people in general, we
It's 7
agents.
o'clock.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say the yard in the school, right? Now the yard has a garden in it. I'm the agent of that change. Me and CI that handle it with me. You see what I mean? We're the agents of that phenomenon, of that change. The largest county by population, to my knowledge, is Brooklyn. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm, or just like, look, when we was talking about bacteria earlier, right? The bad bacteria is agents of a certain, certain phenomenon, and the good bacteria is agents for a different type of phenomenon. Yeah, my clock, who knows what's going on with my clock? I don't even know what the real hour is. I gotta go hit this kitchen. And make me some God degrees. All on the business say, y'all know I'm from Love of Law, right? San Bernardino too. Okay. me get back over here. Joseph said, I didn't even think of an agent as in the terms of chemistry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That see when you first say agent, that's what I think of. You know what I mean? An agent is kind of like a catalyst. You know what I'm saying, for change. Now definitely a trader fits into that range as an agent. You know what I'm saying? But every person or everything that's an agent, I suppose, you could loosely say it's trading because, in order for something to be an agent of change, you got to interact with whatever that thing is. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to make boiling water, and you put it on the stove and you turn the fire on, then the fire becomes the agent of that change. So yeah, it has to interact with the water in some way, but not necessarily in that same way from the wisdom build degree in the 136. All in the business said excess copper in your body is poisonous and will actually lower your overall pH. Agent Orange. All in the business said agent was a word in existence at the time of Elijah and at the time of the trader. Kareem said one of the most, if not the most beautiful I ever seen. What's that? San Diego? I ain't never been to San Diego. But all this time I've been wondering, like, what is this phenomenon of the alkaline water? I never understood what it was. So the alkaline water, if I understand correctly, is just increasing the percentage of metals in the water. And then the metals, they interact with the acids somehow to keep them down. Y'all answer that. So 793rd said it increases the charge of the metals in the water. Fly phrase said, according to Dr. Sabi, diseases can't live in an alkaline body. So what's increasing the charge of the metals in the water? And how do you control which metals are in the water? Don't tell Born Mastermind that I'm about to eat an orange, because you know under the orange is white. So keep that between me and you. Don't tell Born Mastermind. See, look at all that white. See that white? So that white, I'm just, hey, this might as well be the island. This might as well be the island of Patmos. All this white food I got up in here. Woo. All this nitrogen. Supreme scientist, piece of God. See, I can do this. So 793rd said it increases the charge of the metals in the water, which charges the water to those pHs for about 3 days if kept in glass bottles. You know, I have seen that. I thought they were saying the glass bottles make the water alkaline. So the glass bottles is where you got to keep it so it maintains the charge. You can change the pH to clean and purify dishes, wash off pesticides, and bring a state of alkalinity to the body. pH is a measurement of the amount of hydrogen ions in the water. So this is the thing. I just don't understand this all in the business said if your power I is pH 7, that's a good indicator your kidneys are clean. Saliva can be tested too. Higher the pH, the cleaner the mouth. Both power eye and saliva are acidic. pH is also used to measure conductivity. Acidic blood can cause heartburn and acid reflux. Joseph said, what does electrolytes have to do with water? See? Not bad at this. P. Kareem said, when we say acidic, are we talking about metals or liquid that makes noise when you pour it in a cup? Now, you're talking about trace levels, though. Levels that couldn't be detected with the naked eye or the naked ear. On the business said the body needs both, not too much of either, but a balance between 1 and 14. That's because the pH range is from 1 to 14, 1 being most acidic, 14 most alkaline. $793 said if you have bad diabetes and cancer, it can help to recover and heal you. Cancer can come back depending on habits. He wanted me to help him sell Born You True. Some of the claims they make are borderline. Electrolytes are simply a generic term for trace minerals. Well, in the business said Dr. Sabi must have meant physical diseases because many people who are on alkaline crazy are still mentally diseased. Joseph asked, so you need a pH of 7 to 9. Is that correct? Kareem said, okay, that's the metals I'm talking about. The other acid, you can just use a straw and the acid won't affect your teeth. Wait, what? To balance your pH, the scale goes from 1 to 14. Anything below 7 is acidic. 7 and above is alkaline. Joseph said, I thought it has something to do with bioelectricity that the body creates. Coffee is acidic and can ruin your enamel. 793 said it's a new thing. All of a sudden, with everyone being water and health specialists, all of a sudden. Yeah, so I'm. Jasim says so. Water still contains other stuff than just water. Fly Phrase said it's definitely a craze, but it got some science to it. All in the Business said water pH levels stay the same in a water bottle with no BPA. I use a pH meter and a ppm meter to test my water. Look at the documentary Water, Water Everywhere, but None to Drink by Dr. Mona Harrison. I think I might have seen that. I'm not sure. 7 Thursday, there are pro and con vids all over YouTube, so you must do what's best for you. Jasim said, like silica is a very present mineral. That mineral has a charge and changes the charge of the water. So let me see if I'm understanding this. The water is not really charged then. It's the metals and the trace minerals that's in the water that's charged. I'm asking. If one wanted to change the pH again, one could remove some of one mineral or add another mineral. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Now, I was born, so I learned about pH from my brother Justice, who learned about it for growing, and he applied the science to self. Dr. Degenstein, peace. All on the Business said, I thought parts per million was used to determine conductivity. Jasim said, no water at 25 degrees Celsius is 7 pH, but that's really only because they use water as the measuring stick. Joseph said it sounds like the minerals and the water are not charged until the drinker adds trace minerals, electrolytes. Conductivity can be measured many ways. Ohms or resistance is another one. Dr. Dankenstein said water will suck certain properties from something when submerged. Phrase said, I don't know the science behind the metals. I just test my water and food to make sure they're mostly 7 and above. Got that from Dr. Sabi. And how do y'all do this testing? So 7930 is saying this Kagan water machine is square, about as big as a toaster or a blender, with buttons on it and a plastic spout. pH is the measurement of the magnetic potential in the steel, for example. All on the Business is ppm, measured ppm, a a part per million meter measures electroconductivity. So the parts per million is letting you know how much metals are in the water. So let's say more magnetic steel is alkaline and less magnetic steel is acidic. The man he wanted to sell the water kicks as purple rain. All in the business said pH tools don't measure electroconductivity, that's metal, parts per million, or TDS, total dissolved solids, or EC, electroconductivity. Part per million tools measure the above mentioned. Even Boosie has a video. So where do you get these machines where you test the water? Dr. Dickenstein, I'm gonna leave that last comment alone before somebody asks me how I know that. Until Self says sounds like more metal is alkaline and less is acidic. You can just get strips from the garden store. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw those one time. We put those on our tongues in school. If it turned a certain color, then it was more acid. If it turned a certain color, it was more alkaline. And then we had tested all these different liquids that we had in the test tubes. Kareem said, I seen a video with Brother Polite shopping with his family at Whole Foods, and he bought some black water, and he talked about the pH level. So what is black water now? Water at room temperature is a perfect base, a 7 on the pH scale. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's for me, man. Like all this testing your food and all that. Like, listen, man. If you don't want it, go eat someplace else. John Sim said, I know what black water means to me, and I wouldn't touch that. What's black water? If 793 said me either. I guess you know what black water is too. Black water is like some volcanic water. He said the water was black, the color black. I don't know what that was about, but it was very expensive. Black water, gray water, potable water are the 3 levels. Black water and gray water being. Dr. Sabi got a list of alkaline foods. It's just mostly green leafy vegetables and other fruits and nuts and grains. Black water is waste. Gray water is cool for washing. Potable is cool to ingest and cook with. Joseph said black water is like this new thing with volcanic charcoal ashes mixed in, supposed to be high in minerals. All in the Business said the ions are charged. Well, ions are charged atoms. Ions are atoms that have an excess of either protons or electrons, so they have a charge. $793 says, so did Dr. Sebi die based on his health or other nefarious ways? Yeah, I heard a lot about it, but I didn't look into it. On the Business said the ions are charged, which chemically balances the acid to increase the pH level. Okay, well, where are the acids coming from? Kareem said, gotta put sea moss up there with Dr. Sebi too. Fly Phrase said, I seen that black water before, but I never rocked with it. Dr. Dickenstein said, that's what was told to me by the lady in the store selling it. It's supposed to have volcanic trace minerals which make it black. Was he Kareem say gotta put sea moss up there with Sebi too? What's the sea moss? Because we got a little warning about sea moss before too. All in the Business said, I got pH and ppm tools because I garden. You'll need one if you choose to do the same. Yeah, nah, I don't got all that stuff. The acid or base or an aqueous solution is, in my understanding, the combination of the ingredients of the aqueous solution. How do I test my food alkaline level? I don't. Like, what is the, I mean, see, sometimes, this stuff is like having a new watch. Well, because you have a new watch, now all of a sudden you're interested in what time it is all day. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got this new toy to measure the alkalinity or whatever of your food. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the earth that's providing these nutrients, that's making it alkaline or acidic, don't have no ppm meter. You know what I'm saying? Divine Truth said, what did I hear about sea moss? Is that it has a whole bunch of iodine in it. That all vegetation that's in the water has a whole bunch of iodine. So that, you gotta stay balanced with that sea moss. If you take too much of it, then you'll get too much iodine. Kareem said Little Jen was just saying when he talked about his battle with T-Pain, he changed his life dietary wise, and sea moss has been a big impact on his life. Black water is made with fulvic acid. Okay, so is it alkaline? If it's made with acid, $793 said, has it proven to make you smarter, brighter, more energetic, more muscle endurance, better all around performance? If not, what are we talking about other than the basic science, and why so important now all of a sudden? I said, not a machine, these are pocket-sized tools. Yeah, I'm saying I already got stuff to put in my pockets. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have time to be testing all that. Like there's lots of things like that. Like for instance, anybody out there who watches sports, right? Have you noticed that there's a lot more injuries now? Some of the reason for that is because they have better testing now. Like some people that they tell you they got a torn ACL, it's just a little, it's not even torn really. It's a little bit frayed. Where back in the days, you just sat out your time until it healed up. You know what I'm saying? And then you got back on the court. But see, now they put you in the MRI machine and, yo, you got this here. And then look, you know, we could go in there and we got this new procedure and you'll be as good as new. The Tommy John surgery in pitching, you know, dudes used to pitch 9 innings, winning or losing. Now, you know, if a dude gets to a certain amount of innings, it's because you have some testing now and you have money to be made, right? Or for whatever is the results of these tests. So now all of a sudden you get a lot more, you know, people, you know, every time somebody twists their ankle now, oh, we got to put them in an MRI machine and see what's good. So by the same token, you know, somebody points out that, look, you know, foods that's alkaline, you know what I'm saying, you know, they tend to have a certain profile, like the brother was saying, you know, a lot of leafy greens and things of that nature is alkaline. So instead of just saying, oh, word, well, yeah, let me increase my leafy greens then. Now you want to get down to measuring the what's the name. No, I don't got time. I'm not going to be doing that. You know, I understand if you don't change, you're going to die. But at the same time, you got to give me a good reason to change how I was doing it. Because, see, these different things, which y'all saying right now, I mean, not for nothing, this is the stuff that my, you know, great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother, these are the same foods that they was telling me to eat all the time. They was always trying to get me to eat foods that have that profile. You see what I'm saying? My great-grandmother, I don't think she ever went to school, ever. One day. So that's why, you know, some things, it's like, yeah, you know, you really overcomplicating that. Like at the end of the day, you know what foods is good for you and what foods is bad for you. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe some people need that extra incentive. You know, like if I tell you that I would definitely that, because we got people that's in life and death situations where they got all types of conditions, high blood pressure, diabetes, right? And they won't fix it with diet. $793 said, oh, this he talking about Little John. I guess that's how he he went into a more healthy lifestyle. Kareem said, none of these eggheads tell you how expensive this stuff is to be healthy. If it were up to me, I would be juice bar all day, but this stuff is just too expensive. You take 2 sips and it's gone. 793 said leafy greens with some acid base is balanced. Josh Sim said, I dated a med school student with my diabetes. I said, man, I gotta start learning for myself. Man, listen, if you got something wrong with you and you can't fix it with your diet, I don't know if that machine can help you. Josh Sim said, I dated a medical school student and she had diabetes. Yeah, that's wild, right? And how you gonna tell me how to cure myself and you got diabetes? All in the business said acids occur like alkaline, like the lemon, which has acid inside and alkaline on the outside. Also, lemon seeds increase alkaline. Fly Phrase said leafy greens, vegetables, fruits, that's all it really is healthy eating and clean. You really don't need all the testers, like you said. You knowledge what foods are good for you or not yet. We already know this. But maybe that's what give people, people like to be in fad and fashion and all that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, like the way they describing it, you could just tell me that look, broccoli, spinach, these type of things is all alkaline. These other things over here is acidic. And, try to keep them in balance. Josh Simpson, and it goes to show that the devil doesn't teach his agents. Well, he teaches them what he wants them to know. You got to remember, they're not there to be healing people. Just like even with this stuff right here, I seen where doctors came out and they wasn't, I wouldn't say they was protesting, but they were saying that, look, as soon as possible, we need y'all to open the hospitals for the elective surgeries. Because the elective surgeries is how they make money. Like a lot of the emergency stuff, these people don't really got money. They just people we got to take care of because they dying. But the people who's coming in here to do elective stuff, these are the people that's, we getting the most money off of them. So in that instance, when you talk about the modern doctor and nurses, that's their aspect. On the business said, I was asking the other brother who said he measures his food. I don't measure food's alkalinity either. I just eat the right foods. Yeah. Dr. Dankenstein said a good book on this subject is The Mucusless Diet Healing System by Arnold Ehret. He mirrors a lot of Dr. Sebi's views on the causes of diseases and whatnot. On the business says, well, garden tools are good to have to help you get the best fruit from your labor. Devon True said, even now they are saying they are opening up states, but they haven't found a cure. On the business said, those 2 tools will save you time, labor, and money. An unbalanced pH can be smelled in a person. Kareem said, how you see milk. I never was a big milk person. Divine Truth said, and people are going to fall for that Tuskegee experiment all along. Yeah, See, they keep, they put all the ifs under their breaths, under their breath. You know what I'm saying? Where they keep saying we're gonna open it up, but if you listen carefully, they say we're gonna open it up if we get the testing and the tracking in place. So just be aware of that fine print right there. As Joe Self was saying, let's make sure that this agent is not a traitor. The agent who's coming to tell us that the quarantine is being lifted. Knowledge Born says, what you saying, milk is cow mucus? Joseph said they got something, all these poor people dying, but the rich who got it okay now. Mr. Dynamite, peace. Said my doctor once told me in secret that if I changed my diet and exercise, I wouldn't even need diabetes. I wouldn't even need diabetes pills. Exactly. But that's not what they there to do. All in the business said 9.5 or higher alkaline water, add fulvic acid to bring down the pH, keep it above 7. So the company gets water that's 9.5 or higher, and then they add the fulvic acid to bring it down. See what I'm saying? It's too much for water, man. This is too much for a substance that is already designed to clean the planet, clean the body, I mean, unless we was in a situation where you telling me that no, because, the way we get the water, somehow the municipal water supply or something was extra acidic or extra something that we need to take this extra step. Other than that, I'd rather put a bucket on my head and walk somewhere and get some water before I go through all that. You see, a lot of this stuff, man, the brother just mentioned about the tests dealing with this quarantine. But in my opinion, a lot of this stuff hasn't been tested, man. And I'm not just that way because they're original people, man. I'm that way, period, man. Because listen, we've all seen studies that come out one year that say one thing, and then 5 years later, another study comes out that contradicts it. That's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to nail down scientific facts now. Because you got all different studies that say all different things based upon the methodology, the methodology that they use during the experiment, based upon who's doing the experiment. Like if I'm a person doing the experiment that I've worked my whole life on this science, and then I've conducted an experiment that don't coincide with that, maybe I'm likely to say, okay, well, something was wrong with that. I'm not going to publish that one. So, what I'm saying is I want to see, 150 years from now. Like what I was just saying, look, when I tell you my dietary law, look, my great-grandmother lived to be born Bill. You know what I'm saying? And she was a person that they gave her all this medicine and she never used to take it. She never used to take her medicine. Now, of course, she was religious about it, saying that, listen, I'm not taking none of that. When Jesus is ready to come and get me, I'm ready to go. But I'm saying a lot of these stuff that people are saying, like I just started hearing about alkaline water in the last maybe 10 years, a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I've been hearing about this alkaline water. Where's the test, man? Where's the people who can demonstrate that this alkaline water, you know what I'm saying, is more than just a fad or a fashion? Jasim said, why did he or her have to tell you in secret, and why can't you meet with the nutritionist? Well, they don't really teach nutrition in medical school. Like, that's like a course. It's not like a, something that they deal with in depth. Kareem said, I heard about the cow pus. Also heard a bill by Dr. Wesley Muhammad where he calls whole milk liquid sunlight. Yeah, she ain't supposed to tell you that, because then you might don't take the medicine. Mr. Dynamite, she's not supposed to tell you that you can fix your condition with your diet. She's supposed to tell you, sir, go down to the pharmacy and pick up this prescription right here and take that for life. She could be fired. That's like if you work at a sneaker store and you tell them, yo, they got all the sneakers for $20 cheaper right around the corner. You don't get fired. We talking about medicine and all that, but don't forget, we still talking about capitalism. Jasim said, just goes to show we have to manage our own food, clothing, and shelter. Right. Nasmorn said they went to the food conference and proposed that the dairy industry as being racist for pushing milk because most original people have problems digesting. Yeah, see, I can't. We got to deal with some serious issues, man. Dr. Dinkinson said, thinking about it, Arnold Arrett's process starts with fasting for 3 days to begin the healing process through a natural diet. On the business said there are ways pH has been measured for the benefit of plants without tools. Studies in sages always can and will be manipulated. Yeah, there's ways that you could tell, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, look, even cooking, right? When you put the oven on 350, that's something new that came about after World War II, where they put numbers. Before that, you put it on high or low or medium. It didn't have those exact temperatures on it. I'm saying that there's something, look, maybe that's just my age. You know what I'm saying? Where, look, it worked just fine before y'all was measuring the pH in the food. It worked just fine before that. In reality, when we speak about the acidic foods, right? Or whatever is the acidic things that's in the diet, how many of those things are recent additions to the food supply through some type of processing? You see what I'm saying? So it's like the technology to make this thing, whatever it is, to be able to put this chicken in the pot pie and put it on the stove and make it last. Okay, boom, we had to use, certain acids or whatever to be able to do that. Now, because you did that, now you got to buy pH strips to test the food. Nah, I'm not doing that. I got my dietary law. I told you. I stick to things that when I eat it, for the most part, I could tell what it was before it died. Whether it's a plant, whether it's an animal. If you eat broccoli, you can see what it was when it was growing. And for the most part, if it don't look like that, I'm the one, the cabbage, growing there, I'm the one that chopped it up into the pieces. So I know how I got like that. They call that, frozen meat, it's all, it's all convenient or whatever. Nah, I don't deal with that. this some new stuff, I hear people saying, but I don't really know the science of it, and I haven't really, like I said, man, I want to see the people who, like, where's the population of vegans that's 120 years old now? Like, all of them, they just raised the life expectancy age amongst them where it's 120 now. See, if you tell me that, I throw this chicken right here, I got sitting here waiting to cook, I throw this right in the garbage right now. Other than that, I heard you talking, man. I'm not going to outright dismiss it. I'll take it into consideration. I'll keep it in the Rolodex for if I get some other information. But right now, man, I'm not doing that, man. Not doing that. It's like somebody come up to me right now and tell me, look, we got a new way to study 120. All right, that's fine. You can study it that way. But I'm going to study it the way I've been studying it this entire time. And the way the brothers that, that I looked up to when I first, the way they studied it, that's tried and true. Wait, what Knowledge Born said? Oh, there's no benefits of drinking milk. Kareem said there's also a whole surah in the Holy Quran called the cow and has ayats that say the cow, also the bee with its honey, has nutritional value. He was talking about with the cell phone, how it causes your brain to atrophy to a certain degree, right? It causes your brain to atrophy to a certain degree because you're using the phone for your memory and for your intelligence in certain ways. Question. Well, I guess that might depend on age group too. But look, I never seen certain people use a recipe. Like, it's certain people, I have never seen them use a recipe. Like, I'm talking about, my moms, my grandmothers, I never saw them use a recipe. They could eyeball everything. See, me, I gotta measure the cup of flour, the cup and a half. Nah, not them. They could eyeball everything. So it's certain knowledge that we really losing depending on these things. See, some of this stuff which y'all talking about, all this exact pH levels, that's where that GMO stuff comes from. Where they say, okay, well, you got a nice farm here where you growing food and it's healthy and all, but with the pH levels, we can increase your yields. And if you take this particular thing from us, we can increase that, and then you wouldn't have to. That's where that stuff comes from, man. Or at least that's part of it. $793 said, I want to see 5 to 10 years from now if a person talking this stuff versus a person actively living and preparing their own foods, working out steady, enough rest on the regimen, too much med killed my grand old earth, and old earth reads all the labels and takes little to no meds. Yeah. But that's what it is. Even with the people who's being, the people who's very susceptible to this coronavirus. That's what they do. They got, well, look, we have these pills that are going to take your platelets, to a certain level, it's optimum. Yeah, that worked out good until coronavirus came along. And then you found out that, no, you still ain't really balanced. You ain't really healthy. Taking your medication is not, fixing your health. It's just not a healthy thing that you're doing. You got medicine, you don't have health. On the business said, yeah, if your food is too sour, you sweeten it. So that's all a certain science right there, man. You know what I'm saying? So with you knowing, like right now, put like this, even with time. See, right now I gotta say, oh, it's April, it's May. All right, let me start getting ready to put my crops in the ground. But once upon a time, the original man could just go outside and say, the sun is right there. Temperature. See, the wind is blowing like that. All right, yeah, it's time. So that's some of our power that's been atrophied because we using all this technology. And I'm not knocking the technology, but I'm saying at the same time, sometimes we really need to consider, have we made things better or just different and more exciting with flashy lights? But we didn't really improve the situation. The 793rd said, when docs finish medical school, they tell you that there are only a certain number of specific cures. Everything else has to deal with experimentation. Careful doing the knowledge to their patients and learning about the actual body, not just concepts in the book stuff. Nurses have to teach doctors bedside manner for years across the globe. Yeah, that's a profession. Joseph said the science with the water is a lot of vitamins and minerals get washed out, so the alkaline water is supposed to help replenish what you lose. Yeah, but so is Gatorade. Is Gatorade alkaline? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. But see, like I said, that's a part of the technology, because the people were saying, well, look, we have this way where, as long as you maintain the pH like this, your plants is going to grow. But then at the end of the day, the plants don't have the same nutrients in it that they had. So yeah, now you eating the food, you get 2 oranges for the price of 1, but the 1 orange was more nutritious. So if we going through one process and then we got to go through another process to fix the process that we just did, then we might need to consider what the process is that we doing. Joseph said, my daughter wants a banana now, but they too green. I can't get. Listen, don't let Born Mastermind find out that y'all over there with that white food. Jasim said, if a gardener is concerned about the pH of water going into his plants, how much more should I be concerned with what I drink? Like I said, if we talking about a situation where you saying, well, look, somebody brought this up earlier about the runoff, when you have these big agricultural farms and they so big and they using so much fertilizer and pesticides and stuff, and you saying that this stuff is washing into our water, so we need to be careful like that, then yeah, something like that I'm gonna test. But the reality is, where is that acid coming from in the water? Why don't we stop that? Instead of saying, okay, well, let's put some other stuff in there. Like, we got some stuff in there that's making it impure, and the answer is, let's put some other stuff in there. Think about that for a second. You got a problem with something that's impure, and your answer is to put some other stuff in it. Divine Truth said, even amongst themselves, there's a division, or that's how it's presented to the public. What happened here? Or that's how it's presented to the public. Government and states going against each other. They on code, no different than how gentrification swept through communities. He said, even amongst themselves, there's division, or that's how it's presented to the public. Government and states going against each other. They on code, no different than how gentrification swept through communities. Jasim said, somebody told me about the science of blue zones. Supposedly people live longer in certain places. They're studying them to understand, okay, now is that blue zones, is that related to sacrifice zones? Does anyone know what sacrifice zones are? All in the Business said, too much indeed, do not drink black water. All in the Business said, fulvic acid is for plants in a grow room. 793 said, look what it did for them, and how does this new style benefit you in the long run? Kareem said, also they're not telling us why the human has teeth for meat and vegetables opposed to animal kingdom's teeth, which can only eat meat or vegetables, not both. That's an excellent point right there, Kareem. 793 said he doesn't really like using recipes, even when he had the chance of writing one for stewed chicken. Didn't know how eyeballing stuff like a street cat who doesn't use scales, just eyes. Yeah. What? Smell good said he called my mama a garden utensil. Y'all saw who's in there talking fight words? Mr. Dynamite said, veganism sounds good, but a lot of those fruit and vegetable workers end up with all kinds of health problems. What you mean, from the different pesticides and fertilizers that they're using, the exposure to it? Jasim said, just eat regular food. No box, no plastic, just food. Looks like that, grows like that. All in the Business said, in cooking, what is a reducer? I don't know what a reducer is. A reduction is when you cook the water out. Jasim said, remember to eat the rainbow, meaning eat all colors of different fruits and vegetables. Yeah, I just had orange and white. George Washington Carver measured pH and used crop rotation to prevent the soil from becoming too acidic and dying away. Yeah, George Washington Carver, he taught them a lot. Joe Self said Gatorade is apparently acidic, but they say it has all these electrolytes in it. So that's another thing about this, this pH thing. It doesn't always appear to work intuitively. Because what was it that we were speaking on, or y'all was speaking on, And whatever it was, the food was apparently acidic. But what y'all was saying is that inside the body, it turns into alkaline. So Gatorade is something that sells itself on how much electrolytes it has in it. You know what I'm saying? And brothers were saying that the electrolytes has to deal with the trace minerals that's in it. And the trace minerals is what makes it alkaline. But here he says Gatorade is apparently acidic. 793rd said, for example, they pump cows full of antibiotics since they made them eat corn and corn products when they naturally eat grass. Stop feeding them grass and stop feeding them corn and cut the BS. Yeah. I should put a link up here. Real food, whole health. Joseph said that Gatorade is just as acidic as soda. See, that's not something that I would have thought. Now, as Morn said, I never heard of using pH in water as far as gardening to determine the yield. I assumed it was just for the quality of the crop. Divine Truth says, speak on it. Never heard that before. Sacrifice zones. So y'all never heard of sacrifice zones? Jasim said, no, I don't even think they're related, but knowing the devil, I can see how. Universal, what's going on? This what it says here, whole foods, real food, whole health. Fly said exactly, eating food, anything that got a list of ingredients is not real food. Gatorade got some sodium in it. Joseph said he first came across the pH thing from gardening. Sacrifice zones are certain parts of the world that basically they know that technology is dirty. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that in order for certain places to prosper, certain other parts of the planet would have to become wastelands. And those are the sacrifice zones, you know, within cities. You know what I'm saying? You know how they have those neighborhoods where the highway is and all the trucks go through there and the kids have a higher occurrence of respiratory illnesses, asthma, things of that nature. Those are sacrifice zones within the city. That nobody wants that running through their neighborhood, but it has to run through some neighborhood in order for everybody else to prosper. So that's why I asked if these blue zones, because I actually haven't heard of blue zones. What are these blue zones, and are they related to the sacrifice zones? Divine Son with signs. I seen you just came in. I was running my mouth though. Yeah, what is a blue zone? Jasim said blue zones are just places around the world where people seem to be living abnormally longer, healthier lives. And what is abnormally longer and healthier? Like right now, the life expectancy in America is what, 80? 793rd, right? That's what I'm saying. 793rd said, abnormally long, like over 100. Kareem said must be in the mountains. Yeah, that is a point right there, Kareem. Like if this is like some Tibetan people, you know what I'm saying, that haven't been exposed to the BPAs and, all this other stuff that we talking about, then yeah, what's that mean for us? Universal said his grandmother returned at 105. Jasim said, like, supposedly Okinawan women are collectively the oldest population in the world. Yeah, but, if somebody's 100 years old right now, right, they haven't been eating Pop-Tarts. Like, they was around way before it was Pop-Tarts, and they never got that stuff in their diet. You understand what I'm saying? So until they control to the stuff that they've been doing, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't measure them against the people in Flint, Michigan, where you got these women. If they say they're 100 years old right now, they grew up on a farm. Like their formative years were spent eating food that had just been harvested. All of those is things that count. You're talking about people that existed before it was bologna and cold cuts and all these different type of things. They never ate fruit roll-ups. $793 said my old earth now almost takes it as harassment, where everybody asks her what's her secret, and she has to tell people she has had people in her family who have returned over 100 years old. Them old women in Japan can barely walk up the stairs to the trains in Shinkansen, all hunched over, walking slow. Born you true, still alive. Yeah, that's true too. You can live a long time, but what's the quality of that life? You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where how they tell you it's a medication. Like they got a medication out, right? And they had a commercial. I can't remember because I don't watch TV too much, but it was a commercial where the medication was for depression. And one of the side effects was that you could become suicidal. So I'm like, wait a minute. I think I'd rather be depressed than suicidal. Like, why would I, the side effects seem more serious than the illness. I'd rather just stick with the original thing what I had. Jasim said he wanted to make it to 120. Kareem said, yes, Asian people at old ages will wake up early, go in the park, and do Chinese exercises, sometimes in groups. Yeah, they do that down here in Chinatown. They go in the park and do Tai Chi in the mornings. Now, I was born, said, you ever see the story about the couple where the wife started eating right and the husband didn't, and she looks like his daughter? I didn't see that one. $7.93 said that's just about all the medications they're giving, and if you watch long enough, you will see the class action suit against the same companies. That's true, $7.93. That is true. I have noticed that. That later you would see another commercial where it said, "Did you take this medication? Did you take that medication? If so, call this number right here. We have a class action suit because of this." I have seen that commercial too, 793rd. 793rd said that's Chinese, as I know some Japanese that do cigarettes as an exercise. All in the business says gorillas have canine teeth too. Gorillas have canine teeth, but they're vegan. 793rd said them big pharma hustlers are the big kingpins. Hey, man, they're at the top of the pyramid right now. Because, now people pop a lot of pills. So, the pharmaceutical companies, they like the Pablo Escobar in the food chain right now. Fly Frey said that he saw the story where the woman started eating right. She went raw vegan, and he wasn't. Get out of here. Zantac, they said, is causing cancer. Well, Zantac was for the heartburn, right? So that's what I'm saying. I would have rather had the heartburn. John Data said, how you even have two different diets in the same house, though? Well, if she's raw vegan, then, I suppose, that would put some cut on it because, she ain't got to, be all in the pots and all that. John Data said talcum powder is causing cancer now. Now, that's an old suit. Johnson & Johnson, they've been getting sued behind that that might have started in the 90s when I first started seeing the cases that talcum powder was causing cancer. Joseph said if I was getting heartburn, I would stop eating what caused it. Yeah, to my knowledge, that's what Zantac is, right? It's for acid reflux. Which that's a science right there too. See, they changed the name to acid reflux disease because they couldn't charge exorbitant rates for just heartburn. So you had several, minor things that was reclassified as diseases so that they could sell, prescription. They could put a prescription on a medicine and then it costs more. Yeah, Fen, that was for losing weight. Kareem said he heard CBD is supposed to be good for all these symptoms. I mean, not for nothing, and this kind of goes for the alkaline water too. Anytime somebody tells me that, look, I got a one size fits all cure. that's gonna raise some red flags for me. You know, not saying that it's not possible, but anytime somebody says they got a one size fits all cure, that's something that, you know, makes, you know, that just sounds crazy to me. You know what I mean? So, you know, whenever you see these miracle things, yo, CBD, you know, it could, you know, make your skin darker, you know, it can heal cancer, you know, you know, just, there's nothing, you know, it makes you smarter in school, you know what I'm saying? After a while, you like, you know, come on. 793rd said the same brother with the Kangen water had acid reflux, probably either from the vaping pens or that water he drinking, where had to pull his coat to the ginger water natural remedy of scraping, blending, and sifting the water. So ginger water can help with acid reflux. Joseph said, garlic is my one size fits all cure. I broke my arm and rubbed some garlic on it. 6 weeks later, the cast came off. Yeah, that's how these things work. You know, like some of these things, when you know, people talk about, you know, like sometimes, you know, I look at people, you know, you can see you know, the body is extremely resilient, man. Like there's a certain percentage, right? The most I hear it spoken on is in the cancer community. Not the cancer community, but amongst, you know, the doctors or whatever professionals that they deal with finding a cure for cancer, they have an actual number that a certain percentage of cancer just goes into remission on its own. Face said you get hurt, pour some tussin on it. Hey, man. But you know, these miracle, you know, alkaline water, CBD, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna drink this, man, and totally negate all the other negativity we've been doing, you know, eating and drinking the wrong things, that we're gonna have this one thing right here that cures it. Nah, I don't know about that. That gets a little bit to the Jesus level of me. For me, rather. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, you know, this stuff is like Jesus, man. Like it's gonna come back and it's gonna cure all the ills of the planet and take out all the negativity, and then we're gonna all march into, you know, the heaven of health. You know, if we all take alkaline water. Yeah, I mean, I mess with ginger. You know, ginger tea is probably, you know, the most tea you will see me drinking. People that, you know, if you drink this, you know, you won't have to wear glasses anymore because it's gonna make your sight 20/20. Joseph said my moms would feed me soup, but blast the heat and make me sweat. Sweat and change shirts until I was good. I still do that. But I'll do it with like I'll usually get some ground turkey, you know what I'm saying? I might get some noodles and some beans or something like that, and I'll make like a chili. I'll make a chili, and like you said, I'll put, the spice in there, and you feel all the everything just running right out of you, running right out of your nose. Smell good. Said I got an onion in my sock right now. Now I don't know that one. I do know the one where you tie some garlic to your chest. Like if you got a bad cold, you tie some garlic to your chest. What exactly that does, I don't know, but I know about that little home remedy. John Sim said, what's that stuff where they put an egg under the bed overnight? Sounds like voodoo. Seven eight third. So all products don't have as much pure ginger as the water we make. One thing stopping me is I cannot get proper social distancing in that shop with all the elderly in there if it's open. Nah, I'm saying I get an actual ginger root and just boil it. Like it take a while, but I'll just boil the ginger root in the pot until, it starts changing colors. And I drink that. Now, I was born, said growing up, only meds my grand or Earth gave us was NyQuil and orange juice. I never really had NyQuil. It was this other kind of cough syrup that had like George Washington. It had like George Washington or something on the bottle. But yeah, that was about it. You get the cough medicine, and that was about it. The onion in your sock is supposed to snatch the cold right up out you, make you sweat. Onions? The onion in the sock is supposed to draw out the toxins from your body. 793. So the roots I get from that shop are juicy and like no other, and we actually had some shit, yet not the same. Fly Frey said I add lemon and lime to that ginger root the last 5-10 minutes of boiling it. Well, yeah, I put lemons. I mean, me personally, I could eat lemons like oranges myself. So, lemons is another thing. Lemons is another thing that I'm big on. But I never, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You eating garlic raw, you need to try some lemons, man. pouring milk in your eye. What's good for your immune system? Oh, the lemons with the what's in it? Yeah. Oh, you know what else I used to do? I actually still do that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? If you take a lemon, right, and you cut like the top off, right, and push a mint in there, like a peppermint candy, the red and white one, and you squeeze the juice out of the lemon with the peppermint candy in it, and you just keep squeezing it until the lemon is finished. Yeah, that stuff will knock cold right out of you too, man. I don't see how you could not like lemons, man. Reveal said my grandmother used to make us take Buckley's or cod liver oil to prevent colds. I think Buckley's might have been, was Buckley's the name of that thing? If I see the man on the cover, I can tell you. Nah, this don't look like it. That's just the wishing name though. Nah, I don't think it's this. I'm surprised I haven't seen more nobody talked about elderberries. I'm trying to look and see if I see this this kind of cough syrup they used to give us. It's probably one of them kinds, man. It's probably one of them kinds that had all kinds of alcohol in it. They took it off the market. Ah. No, I don't see it. Fly Frey say you gotta try the lemon. Yeah, the lemon. Yeah, try that, man. You know, Joe Self, you might try. You know, you might like it with the mint. You know, because the mint has a sweetness that offsets the bitterness. You know, me personally, I don't need the sweetness, but if you into that. but I use it for the mint. You know, I mean, it's not exactly mint leaves, but it has some similar effect. Smell good, said Moms was from Tennessee. Southern home remedies for me as a boy. Yeah, I mean, to this day, man, I keep trying. I don't frequent the hospital. You know. 783rd said that peppermint extract was a regular in the lab growing up with Pepsi syrup and ginger ale for nausea. He Kareem said used to add a little salt and tear up some lemons. Add a little salt. That sounds like a rough mixture. Josh Sim said adding mint to that lemon ginger tea sounds good. Yeah. But if I was going to do it in a tea, I would probably use, some real mint leaves. I don't know if I would put the candy in it. You know what I mean? The lemon with the mint candy, you know what I'm saying? That's something like you could walk with that. You know what I'm saying? So you getting that, somewhat mint with that vitamin C and all of that at the same time. It has a good effect. Yeah, elderberry is supposed to be one of the best cures for a cold. Now I was born said, yeah, peppermint will pull the cold right out of you. Had a wisdom put me up on peppermint back in the 90s. She used to use the powder. I don't know if I ever seen the powdered peppermint. Smell good. Said I ate honeysuckle when I was on my young nature boy vibe. Man, y'all brothers, man. Joseph said anything bugs don't like that's edible are usually good to get bugs out too. That's it. I never thought about that perspective of it. $7.93, man. Why is you doing that to your old earth ginger tea, man? Castor oil? Yeah, no, they never gave me the castor oil. They had it around, but for whatever reason, I never had to take that. $7.93 said that mint would taste like Jolly Ranchers, making the perfect base acidic balance, like my Kool-Aid drink. Now see, I never thought about that because, like I said, I haven't really gotten into that acidic versus alkaline food craze, like that. But I don't know, that could actually be the case that's happening. Maybe the peppermint is base, you know what I'm saying? And, maybe that has something to do with I don't know. Now, as Born says, salt and lemon ain't that bad. I mean, I don't like salt all that much. Like, there's some things, like I like sunflower seeds. That's a lot of salt. But yeah, I don't know, man. Salt on lemons. Because that's like too bitter taste or something. I don't know how that would, I don't know about that. 793rd says she sleeps right messing with me. When you drink honey and lemon juice, like I grew up with, it's our own balanced syrup. Smell good. Said I used juices and berries in my afro in '94. What? He said I used juices and berries in your afro to do what? John Simpson saw my pop spraying mice with peppermint oil. I swear I thought I heard the mice laughing, saying it made them stronger. Oh, man. I saw these people, they made an excellent trap for mice where they had a bucket with some water in it, right? And then they put like a board on the bucket. Like, say this is the, whoa. It's my Nilla wafers. Say this is the bucket right here, right? So they put a board that goes down to the ground, right? And then up here, they built like a plank. And at the end of the plank is like some food or whatever is attracting the mice. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that the plank is balanced in a way where as soon as the mouse goes out too far on the plank, it falls down into the water. Like, remember those things you used to go to the circus and you had to hit the target with the baseball and then you dunk the person? The mice get dunked down into the water. But because the bucket don't have no grips, they end up in there struggling in the water until they end up drowning. It was ingenious. Jackson said, saw my pot oil. He Korean said, try a little salt on a lemon. Nah, I don't know, man. Use fake salt substitute, or maybe real sea salt when I'm making no GMO popcorn. Joseph said, table salt is horrible. You gotta try Himalayan pink salt or different Hawaiian salts. Maybe that's what it is. But that, to me, that seems too bitter. Knowledge Born said it kind of balances out. That's why they take it with tequila shots. The salt and lemon kills the taste of the tequila. Moisturize 783 said we grew up using eggs and mayonnaise for our hair. They just used that mousetrap analogy on Westward to make their point. If the water is too deep, they'll swim until they drown. Eggs and mayonnaise in your hair. I mean, I heard of that stuff before. But yeah, I don't know about it though. Divine Truth said health is a lifestyle. The same energy one puts into everything else, they have to put into their physical and mental to get the optimum results. As far as performance, whatever you put into it is what you are going to get out of it. Joseph said they got a rat trap that uses a car battery to electrocute the rats. He Kareem said, I put no chemicals, only juices and berries. I'm saying, he Kareem, didn't that bring a lot of like flies and mosquitoes, I'm thinking? That's what I'm saying, like you used it how? Wait, who's a queen to be? I don't know, I must have missed something. What? What's from Coming to America? Oh, the mayonnaise in the hair? Nah, I seen real, real actual females had told me that. Oh, the juices and berries was Prince Hakeem. Yeah, whatever that part was, it didn't stand out to me. Like it don't stand out. Like when he said he tried to turn the corner and Martin Luther King punched him in the chest. he said he came around the corner and Martin Luther King punched him in the chest. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying. You imagine Martin Luther King punch you in the chest, man? You know you really crossed the line, man, from Martin. King. Not the king. It don't stand out like McDowell's. They have the golden arches. We have the golden arcs. You see, I got my parts, but I don't remember that part with the mayonnaise. The only thing I really remember about here from Coming to America is let your soul glow. But yeah, I don't recall the mayonnaise part. They have the golden arches. We have the golden arcs. They're McDonald's. We're McDowell's. $7.93 says mayonnaise wasn't part of that flick, just some black stuff we grew up with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I recall, girls saying that. Like they had all types of different, this stuff would make your hair grow, this stuff would make your hair soft. There was a whole bunch of stuff that I recall like that. But, it was mostly the women that was doing it. You know what I'm saying? They got the Big Mac. We got the Big Mac. Yeah, say. The juices and the berries was in Coming to America. Yeah, nah, I don't recall that part. Shimon Good said mane and tail for horses. I mean, whoever want to grow some more. Yeah, I remember that stuff. Your boy got his own money. Oh, yeah, I recall that. But yeah, that line didn't start out, it didn't stand out to me. Yeah, now I do remember that. Where he said, what you put in your hair? He said, only juices and berries. sexy chocolate. 793rd said I can't relate. As like Smooth B said in No Delaying, I never had Jerry curls. When they were watching The Prince, I think juices and berries were mentioned. Yeah, see, that kind of was the thing that stopped a lot of that kind of was the thing that stopped a lot of all that hair stuff. Is when Jerry curls came out. Jerry curls didn't get that big in New York. S curls. S curls got big in New York. Remember when they first came out, they used to call them California curls or something like that. And the California curl, they had their own, I don't know what you call that stuff, but you had to get, the certain products and rub it on your hair and put the plastic bag on it. California had their own curls. Joseph said you ever light a cigarette around a dude in Jerry curls, around a dude in S curls. Nah, what happens? Fly Phrase said my pop stayed with the S curl when I was a shorty. Yeah, the activator, that's what that stuff was. You had the activator and it was like a cream white thing, and then it was a spray. It was all type of stuff. Yeah, we started off. We talking about fruits and vegetables, and then somebody talking about fruits and berries in their hair. The Duke curl. Nah, I didn't know about the Duke curl. Now, as Born said, S curls was no rollers. The California curl was a brand name, and they used little skinny rollers. Yeah, nah, that never got all that hugely big in New York. You had dudes, what was that thing they was doing 793rd where dudes was having waves, but it was some kind of perm? That might have been an S curl too. That you had dudes that had some kind of fake waves back in the days. But all that Jerry curls didn't get too big out here. That was something I used to see when I went down south.
It's 9 o'clock.
When I went down south to see my family, you would see Jerry curls down there. Those was finger waves? I ain't sure. I just know it was some dudes that had, like, they what's the name, it wasn't just the natural, like, that wasn't just new now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, back then there was a kind of hair grease called New Now. And when you put that New Now in, your waves just stayed, like, frozen. Like when a wave get to the peak, to the crest, like right when the surfer get, so it should be frozen in that pattern. Now, as Born said, when I first went to Cali, they was wearing finger waves and Shirley Temple curls in Oakland. 793rd say, yeah, Pimps was big with the Jerry curls. Robin Harris house party followed the drip. He Kareem said S curl was big. I remember especially in Flatbush among Jamaican dudes. Yeah, dudes. Yeah, especially when they had like the fades was out. You know what I'm saying? Dudes that had a fade, and then the top part they have S curled up. Cazals. Five Phrase said, nah, they got a kit that straightens your hair like crazy, and you throw on a do-rag and be spinning even if you had the most cord snappiest hair ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What was that kit? That's what I'm saying. It was something that I don't recall it being called finger waves. Cause our finger waves, those like those big waves that the girls used to drop, used to rock. What? 783 said cats still using that science now. Here looking good from afar, yet stinking the scalp. Whoa. Smells good said that good old S curl would give you waves, curls, a little drip if you spray a lot. I was born said, yeah, that curly top fade, yeah. Right, Dougie Fresh. He Kareem said like the battle rapper Averb used to have. What's that? Who's that? I mean, I seen him on the Western Age, but I'm saying he what he had, a Jerry curl? In the 2000s? Young guys don't comb their hair. What do you mean? Fly Phrase said it was the S curl. Smell good said temple taper, dried out PZS curl, and a free Mike Tyson black tea, 10th grade pick. Oh man. Yeah, it might have been the S curl 5. I'm trying to recall what it was. Full of waves. I think that's it, man. I remember the Full of Waves kit. Oh man. Our Verb had the S curls. In the 2000s. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. But yo, y'all, let me get into this kitchen over here. Let me get into this kitchen over here and make me some food. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to make a whole bunch of stuff that Smell Good said, if you ain't peasy, you ain't pleasing with the youngins. No neat bushes in sight. I gotta check out the young brothers. I haven't noticed that. Maybe I need to pay more attention. Because that same type of thing happened with the Jansport posse where, I'm walking past these kids with all these Jansport strings on, and I ain't even noticed. Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't see that in general around where I'm at. I'm about to hit this kitchen. You know, I got an avocado too. I'm gonna cut that up. I don't know. It's kind of off whitish. So no one tell Born Mastermind. Oh yeah, Builders Build. Did y'all see that one? Y'all gotta get up on that jump off right there too. Builders Build. In the building to be born. Yo, rhythm the track. It's the what? The what? I'm about to put that on shirts for tomorrow. But I gotta work on the Mother's Day stuff too. But actually this design right here is clear. The purple thing is just a background that I put there. But there's no actual color. So this is gonna be on multiple color shirts. With the champion shirts, they only give me 4 colors. But there's some other American Apparel shirts where they got like 15, 20 colors. So I'm gonna be putting this on the American Apparels. Yeah, I gotta check the young brothers out, you know. But generally speaking, you know, I use Vintage app to do my designs. Oh yeah, Joe Self. I called the Bitcoin people. I mean, I wrote them a email. Matter of fact, that's good thing you just hit me because they haven't gotten back to me yet. I sent them a email to the customer service about what's going on. You know, when I checked everything out, it looked like I did it right. So I hit them. They haven't gotten back to me yet. Oh yeah, the link, no doubt. Yeah, I think I got the wallet, but I don't understand how it works. That's another thing where it's like, oh man, this stuff is. Still trying to figure that out. But yeah, at any rate, man, peace to the guys, peace to the earth, you know what I'm saying? Peace to all the new people that came in, you know what I'm saying, and checked it out, you know what I'm saying? Each one teach one, hit that like button for me if you make it this far through the video, you know what I'm saying? And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace to the guys in the earth.